provincial final, to clinch their spot here at this weekend's tournament in Tyne Valley. 2022 Atlantic Hockey Championship, U18 Female Atlantic Hockey Championship. Atlantic Women's Senior Hockey Championship. Christy Michaud only played in 6 games this regular season compared to Riley Wade. That's not right. Yeah, 6 games. Holy wow. Holy shut. Christy Michaud only played in 6 games this regular season compared to Riley Cardington's 12, but maintained a .216 goals against average in that time. Cardington was also between the pipes when the Reds clinched the New Brunswick title, but head coach Adam Clark is running with Michaud to open their Atlantic tournament. In the other net for Central, Janae Spence put up a .350 save percentage. Goals against average. Bridge through 12 regular season games. Kate Hughes started a game Good afternoon and welcome to Tyne Valley, Prince Edward Island. It is Game 1 of the 2022 Atlantic Women's Under-18 Hockey Championships. And Game 1 will be between the New Brunswick champions and representatives, EDSA West Reds, and the Prince Edward Island representatives, the Central Storm. My name is Luke Diamond, and I am glad to bring you this tournament this weekend, where the Atlantic champion will not only be determined, but will be awarded a berth at the SO Cup, the 2022 SO Cup in Okotoks, Alberta. That tournament, of course, is hosted by the Prince Albert Bears, but due to recent COVID activity that's been bugging us for the last couple of years, that has been moved to a neutral location a bit more out west. So some more traveling for whoever comes out with the title this weekend here in Western PEI, but will still be an honor nonetheless. And before this game gets going, I'd like to thank Township Chevrolet, who will bring us a live stream this weekend. PEI's #1 dealership, Township Chevrolet. Now between the teams, the EDSA West Reds. They won the New Brunswick title after putting up a regular season record of 12 wins, 4 losses, and 4 ties. They played in the Maritime Major Female Hockey League this past season, finishing second in the standings behind Nova Scotia champions and representatives, the Northern Subway Selects. But they didn't play any of those Nova Scotia teams from the holidays on, as the Omicron variant wreaked havoc all around the world, really. But that left the EDSA West Reds to play their rivals from Moncton, the EDSA East Moncton Rockets. They played them 9 times this season, with EDSA West emerging 6 times. 3 of those times, those last 3 wins, was during the New Brunswick final, where they came away after dropping the first game against Moncton and won the series 3-1 and booked their ticket here to Tyne Valley. Some players to watch from that team. Audrey Clavette leads the team in scoring this year, in the regular season anyway. She has 23 points in 20 games, including 12 goals. And especially in the past few games, Isabelle Michaud has been on a roll for the EDSA West Reds. Has scored 5 of the team's 12 playoff goals so far, including the championship winning goal in the third period of Game 4, against the Moncton Rockets.
It's now time to meet the teams in the coaches. First, the visiting EDSA West Reds.
And as for the Central Storm, the PEI representatives, they have had a bit of a strange season. Yes, EDSA West had to deal with playing the same team 9 times, but Central, they've had to do that more than that. They've only seen the Western win the hosts this weekend, all weekend. Against them in the regular season, they've only beat them 4 times, but have also tied them 6 times. It was a 4-11-6 record for the Storm this weekend, and put up 14 points, but in the final, they dried up a bit in their scoring. They only scored twice in 3 games in a series that Western emerged in 3-0. But Central knew with Western's hosting berth, they would be on their way to the Atlantic Championships this season. So they've had time to prepare, but they got to find a way to fill the net here this afternoon in Tyne Valley. They've only scored 44 times in 24 games, including playoff games this season. And there will be more challenge for that today, as their second leading scorer, Kaylee Lutley, is out of the lineup this afternoon. She's contributed 5 goals and 10 points in 21 games all this season. And she on a team with only 2 scorers with double-digit points, it will be a significant loss. Livy Lawler is back in the lineup after missing 2 games in the PEI final. She has 14 points to lead the team in 20 games, including 9 goals and 2 power play goals. So with Lutley out of the lineup, Georgia Hambley and Brooke Walsh will have more responsibility on their shoulders. They were the only players to find the back of the net in the provincial final, and all eyes will be on them on the PEI side this afternoon. On your left, the Edsa West Reds are being introduced as the New Brunswick representatives as they prepare to open their Atlantic tournament.
Assisting warden is Mandy Grimmer. Jason Godchild is the trainer. And Heidi Waller is the manager. And now the players. Number 30, Jimmy Spence. Number 1, Katie Hughes. Number 2, Kayla Batchild. Number 3, Grace London. Number 5, Mimi Waller. Number 6, Brooke Walsh. Number 7, Paige Hancock. Number 8, Cassie Gordon. Number 9, Brooke Wilson. Not playing today, number 10, Molly Boyd. Number 11, Maggie Mullins. Number 12, Carolyn Acorn. Number 14, Kaylee Lutley. Number 16, Georgia Hamlin. Number 17, Brandon Chapman. Number 19, Grace London. Number 20, Alyssa Perry. And number 30, Jenny Spence.
Lots of team spirit from the Central Storm side on your right as their 2 affiliate players take the ice this afternoon, filling in for the injured players.
Thank you.
And with the anthem now, it is time to drop the puck. On your left with the start this afternoon will be Christy Michaud. Michaud only played 6 games this regular season compared to goalie mate Riley Partington's 12 games, but she maintained a .216 goals against average in that time. Partington was also between the pipes when the Reds clinched the New Brunswick title, but head coach Abby Clark is running with Michaud to open the Reds Atlantic tournament. And starting for the PEI reps the Central Storm, Janae Spence. Spence put up a .350 goals against average through 12 regular season games. Katie Hughes got the nod for Game 1 of the PEI final. But after that game, in which the Storm lost 5-0, Spence took over in net after, stoning in an offensively potent win team to keep it close. She had a 2.0 goals against average through the playoffs and will likely take most of the workload this tournament as we are underway here in Tyne Valley. The puck squirts back to the red side to begin, but it's quickly taken away off by Hambley onto the wing. Almost covered there by Michaud to only 10 seconds into the game, but instead they'll squirt back and the Storm will keep the pressure on. It's a fight over in the corner as Miriam Theriault is working to protect the puck, and the Reds will break it out. Coming up the ice here is Michaud along with Miriam Theriault as the Reds get a quick dump and chase in and a change. That swung up back the boards, and now Georgia Hambley has the puck again for the Storm. But they too will go for the change as each team goes for a skate up and down the ice in the first 50 seconds of this hockey game. Game 1, of course, of the 2022 Atlantic Women's U18 Championships with a berth in the SO Cup on the line. Neither of these teams have made the SO Cup before, as the only team in this tournament, in fact, to ever play an SO Cup game was the Subway Selects, the Northern Subway Selects of Nova Scotia. They're in this tournament, but have only gone as far as 5th place in their best appearance at the national tournament. Face off to the right of Michaud is poked on away. Lauren Waters shovels that backhand around. Renee Chapman for the Storm came in with a ton of pressure, but it'll be a 2-on-2 rush up the other way. Bird, it's a shot in the slot from Maddie Boudreau, but it skips wide. Dumped on back in for the Reds, and they'll get some changes in. Abby Clark opting for these quick changes for the New Brunswick team this afternoon. Neutral zone trap there, held on by the Reds. Edza West. It's a D-to-D play as McPhee dishes across and back. McPhee up the wall for Toner. Toner cuts into the end, throws it on back on net, and Batchdler takes the easy rebound and tries to throw it up the boards, but no one was home. That's thrown through the blue paint on the centering pass. And it comes back out to the Storm. A lot of quickness from this Reds team early on. Batchdler steps in, and it's padded away. Big save there by Michaud to start out this game. Christy Michaud already with a couple shots on net. So is Spence on the other end. No real challenges yet. But there are players on each team buzzing here. The play is called offside. The face-off just outside the Edza West Reds end. It's a tie-up on the face-off. Looks like the Storm have it, though. It's Walsh. Quilty will help her with the dump-in, but once again, the Central Storm find themselves a little bit too eager at the blue line for an offside call. It's Brooke Walsh and Ella Lawrence at the face-off dot yet again. That time Walsh won it, but instead it is the Reds send the other way. Laura Michaud with the shot, scores! Isabel Michaud looked like she was hauled down there at the face-off circle, but puts a beauty of a shot bar down on Spence, and only 2 minutes and 57 seconds into the opening frame, Edza West is on the board. It's a routine-looking face-off, but jumping right on that play, it looked like it was Harvey who found Isabel Michaud, who keeps a heck of a postseason going. That is her sixth goal in the last 4 games, her 7th point in that span. And the Reds have a lead to work with against the struggling Central Storm. But Chapman has the puck at the net front, and it is Michaud rolling over on her side. The other Michaud, of course, the one in net, Christie. It's been an all Michaud affair, of course, for Edza West. Christie and Isabel playing key roles for this team here in this playoff run for Edza West. It's been a long shift for the Michaud-Lawrence Harvey line, excuse me. Michaud is going to go for another rush here, Isabel Michaud. But both teams will finally be looking to get a change in. Shoveled up on down the boards, and the Reds look to keep the rush going. The rush has been successful so far, of course, with that first goal. McPhee's errant pass, Louise McPhee finds her D partner finally, but is picked off by the Storm in the slot. Now the Reds take it the other way. Audrey Clavette goes in one-on-one on Batchilder to Spence's left in the Storm zone. Shoveled on back onto the point. The point shot from McPhee gets away as that hits shin pads, and the Storm take it out. And it will be an icing call for the Central Storm, as Alyssa Perry was a bit too early on that dump in. It was a good response shift from the Central Storm there after that first goal. Got around Michaud's net on the other end. Couldn't quite get that quality shot off they wanted. But their best chance in the small, simple size, what has been 5 minutes of play. It's a good stick there from Brianna Scott. And it's in front of the net again, and Spence had to make an alert play there and an alert save on Carrie-Ann Merman, who was all alone there. Kicking around the blue line, Merman still has it on the ice there with Brianna Scott. Scott throws it around the boards, and they still can't clear it. The Storm can't, as Merman takes a breath at center ice and throws it back in, but it's going to be another icing call, this time against the Edza West Reds. A much needed break there, though, for the Central Storm, as that last shift almost got away from them. Great shift by Scott and Carrie-Ann Merman for Edza West. Looking to build on that first goal off the stick of Isabel Michaud. On the other hand, the Storm's looking to respond as that puck goes through traffic and skips on off the boards after a save from Michaud. That's deflected off the side. This Ella Lawrence is back out there for the Reds. The pass up the ice misses, and the one that goes cross flicks on down to Larkin on the Storm, but she'll just shovel it back in as the forward check and the dump and chase gets going for the Storm. Larkin finds it again at the point, not quite actually, as that skips over his stick. And here it comes, Michaud again, finds a wide open Harvey, she scores! Harvey off the pass from Isabel Michaud, and just like that, under 7 minutes into the game, it's 2-0 for the Reds. What a start for this Harvey Lawrence Michaud line, the top line for the Edza West Reds. It was a wide open 2-on-1 there, and that was a tough shot to stop if you're Janae Spence. But Harvey makes no mistake going high glove to double this Edza West Reds lead. And they're looking for another one. They have the puck off that draw, but instead going the other way is Central Storm captain Georgia Hambley. Hambley can't control it behind the net, and the Reds will take it again. Livy Lawler giving lots of push on the forecheck to that Edza West Reds defense. They haven't had to do much, though, as their forwards have been doing plenty of scoring and giving Christy Michaud in net and the rest of the defense lots of breathing room. But Harvey cuts in again, couldn't get that high-quality shot off there as Kayla Batchilder steered her off the side, but she's going to try again here. Audrey Clavette got close. but it will go the other way. The Reds will cut back in here. Miriam Theriault trying her hand at a shot, but that's blocked and knocked down. Hancock tried to skate it out. Levette's going to go back in. Bit of a hook there from Hancock, but it breaks up the play. Jumps on back, and the bounce goes to Caitlin Bird. But Janae Spence makes an important stop for her team at this point in the game. Just under 8 minutes into the first period here. On your screen, the score clock. The Edsa West Reds are the guests with 2 goals. And the host Central Storm, the PI representatives, but the home team in this game, Central Storm, yet to find the twine and beat Christine Michaud in this hockey game. It's shot on down the ice. A near 2-on-1 there for the Storm, but quicker that puck is Louise McPhee. Poked away from there last second. Here come the Storm. The backhand chance from Taylor Hunter bounces, and Michaud kept it out as play is blown down with the puck landing on the back of the loose netting here on the nets. So the face-off will remain inside to Christy Michaud's right. It's won by Chapman of the Storm off the face-off. Immediately dumped back in as they look to keep the cycle game going. Good shift for Taylor Hunter as she's going to pick up that puck, and it almost squirted out loose, but a heads-up defensive play by Brianna Scott is enough to clear that puck out and make the Storm touch up. Now the Reds will go down the other way. Nicole Ferguson will lead this rush from the defense. Toner is right along with her, but Ferguson will do it herself and dump it in. Swinging around there, looking to start the breakout is Carly Acorn, and she does so successfully, finding Captain Livy Lawler. Hambly is along with her, but she's knocked off the puck by Brianna Scott. It swung on back down. Nicole Ferguson lost the puck there for the Reds. As this line gets going, there's a call from the back official coming, and it looks like it will be against the Central Storm. A hooking call, very likely. And after that great start, the Edsa West Reds will get the first power play of the afternoon as Georgia Hambly is charged with that hooking call. And what an opportunity for either team to gain some momentum here. A 3-0 lead would do wonders for the Edsa West Reds team in Game 1 of their Atlantic Championship pursuit. But the Central Storm really need a good penalty kill here after those early ones, and it won't get any easier as they go against the big line of Ella Lawrence, Isabel Michaud, and Hannah Harvey. They get the dump, though, pretty early, 20 seconds into this penalty kill pursuit from Central. Miriam Theriault will quarterback this power play. Cross-ice pass finds Ella Lawrence. Lawrence again leading the rush. She's done that a lot early in this game. Scott with the shot through a screen, but Janae Spence sees that all the way and puts it off to her right. That swings on back to Hannah Harvey. Harvey from Gretzky's office behind the net. A lot of hard work there as she got a big challenge from the defense, and that takes a bounce in front of the crease. There's a clear-out attempt by the Storm, but the Reds keep them in their end. The fan clear bounces out. Theriault again, she scores! Theriault through a crowd that might have hit somebody. I think it did. Whether that'll change who's credited with the goal, I don't know. But what matters is it is 3-0 for the Edsa West Reds. The Storm had a good start to that penalty kill, but in tournaments like this, you don't want to take many penalties. And I'm generalizing here, many tournaments around the world, and in the NHL playoffs, you name it, the teams with the best power plays, with strong power plays, go a long way. And against those teams, you don't want to take too many penalties, and that's what the Central Storm saw there, as Miriam Terrio fires that puck through to make it a 3-0 game at 9:40 of the first period. The puck scoring up to Clavette on the close side of the ice. Clavette tried to gut through, and now the Storm will be going back to the penalty box after that play. Grace London came in there and tied up Clavette, but will be charged with a tripping call as the Edsa West Reds. This has been a dream first period for the New Brunswick Reps as they go back to the power play yet again. We'll get the second power play unit on there with Maddie Boudreau and Caitlin Bird among the forwards up front, with Hillary Stiles drawing on down low. Back out there is Nicole Ferguson, and rounding out that power play unit is Audrey Clavette. That shot hit a body in front. That was blocked. As needless to say, the Central Storm need a kill here. All the time in the world in the corner for Maddie Boudreau, who receives the return pass from Nicole Ferguson. As the umbrella setup develops, back into the corner, as Clavette leaves it off for Boudreau. But that cross-ice pass hits someone in front, and the Storm get the clear. They won't be able to change here, though. They might be able to this time, as Callie McDonald fights with the puck over in the corner. McDonald is an affiliate player in the lineup with players hurt. Boudreau's shot hits a skate, and the Storm will get a much-needed change. That was Renee Chapman shooting at the length of the ice. As the big guns come out now for Edsa West, Ella Lawrence weaving and turning through the offensive zone, but sets up the play to Michaud. On the far side, the shot goes high off the stick of Miriam Terrio. She had that third goal, has been credited with it anyway, to make this game 3-0. That takes a bounce, she scores! And just like that, the Reds strike again on the power play and beat Janae Spence once more. It is 4-0. Brianna Scott has that one. She's had a solid first period, and she was due for one, as it appeared a Storm defense was going for the clear, had the hand down, but the puck took a nasty bounce, and on the back door, Scott was there. And I think we're going to get a timeout call from the Storm, as Gordy Walsh, the head coach of Central, will try to calm his troops down, and they'll really need this. Only about 12 and a half minutes into the first period, not even near the end of the opening frame, and Edsa West is just handling the PEI representatives, who had a bit of a shorter drive to get here. But nonetheless, it's been firing on all cylinders for this Edsa West Reds team. Play has been relatively even, though, aside from the power play opportunities and goals for Edsa West. Central has spent their fair share of minutes down in the other end against Christy Michaud and the defense on Edsa West. But it's been the Reds that have been converting. Now taken the other way, Batchelder cutting off a slashing pressure from Abby Toner, as that is forked down and behind the net for Walsh. Walsh is first to the puck for Central, but quickly loses it, or rather has it taken away by Carrie Ann Marmon. Toner leaned the rush the other way, cuts into the middle, but that shot was blocked by Batchelder. McPhee had the puck momentarily, but Chapman goes down the other way, one-on-one against Lauren Waters. Tried to get around her, but that last second poke check was enough to flip possession, and no shot at the end gets away on Michaud. But now the Reds might have a partial 3-on-2 here. Toner, give and go, finds it. Waters with the shot, and Spence is there for an important save on that 2-on-1 from Edsa West with 6:40 to play here in the first period. So that's an example of some of the end-to-end action we've been seeing this game, despite the discrepancy on the scoreboard. It's not like the Storm have been down and out. A few defensive miscues has really put this game not out of reach, as there are still a good 45 minutes at least of hockey to play here in Game 1 of the Atlantic Championships. But they have a long hill to climb, a big hill to climb, a long road ahead of them. Central will start out back in their own zone. On the DDD pass, skips on over to Carly Acorn, who keeps it going up the boards. On the clear out, here comes Lawler. That went off a red, but bounced back to her, went for the backhand. The weak shot skips off Ferguson's skate and back over to the corner. Found on top for the defenseman at the point, Maggie Mullins, and that shot missed wide. Defender, not defenseman, excuse me. Clavette. Drop pass beautifully to Lawrence, and right in the breadbasket of Janae Spence on that wicked wrister from the high circle. And as we talked about earlier in the game, this is an interesting one for both teams. They've only seen each of them one other team not this season, but at least since January in the case of the Edsa West Reds. Edsa West, of course, has only seen the Moncton Rockets, the Edsa East Moncton Rockets, since January after the Omicron break, beating them 6 of 9 meetings, with 3 of those wins coming in the provincial final. And the Central Storm have only seen the Western Wind all year, only beating them 4 times in 24 appearances, including that playoff series. They last won on March 21st, a 2-1 triumph over the Wind here in Tyne Valley. They'll look to take another game here at the brand new rink after the old facility burned down in late 2019. Really a remarkable act from everyone, acts, fundraising efforts, you name it, to erect yet another facility here in the community of Tyne Valley, PEI, about a half-hour drive from Summerside here in the western portion of PEI. The minor hockey teams here, the Western Wind, started the season until the rink opened here this past December in Evangeline, playing their first games before moving into the new Cavendish Farms Community Sports Center. As well, other minor hockey teams playing under the Tyne Valley Tornadoes, Western Wind, Western Warriors banners, played in rinks in communities such as Alberton, O'Leary, Evangeline, Slemon Park, and Summerside. But now I think everybody's pretty happy here to be back at home at a really great facility here up in at the top of the stands where the broadcast is from. It's not even that cold. A lot of the old rinks are cold, and that's not to discount the old rink. But I'm keeping pretty warm here myself. 3:49 here to play here in the first period. Edsa West maintaining their 4-0 lead over Central Storm in the opening game of this Atlantic Championship. They've been back and forth. Here's the shot off the stick of Maddie Boudreau. Janae Spence with a quick pad there. She's had 4 get by her, Spence, but she's holding it down in the last about 5 minutes of play to keep Edsa West from adding any more. We don't have the shot totals presently available. There's no shot clock here being ran in Tyne Valley, but hopefully we'll have those totals for you soon, and other totals. Taken in by the Storm, Alyssa Perry tried to get a chance going, but that one skipped off a skate and ran on up off the glass over the net. Michaud sticks that away. as Hillary Stiles starts to break out for Clavel, centering pass to Bird, but she'll just skip that in as the Reds go for a change. Hambly has been involved for the Central Storm offense not only this afternoon but all year. Hambly has 9 points in 23 games, including playoffs. She's right on that line, of course, with Livy Lawler, who leads the team with 14 points in 20 games this year. Lawler, of course, coming off a bit of a break there, only played 1 game in the 3-game provincial final. So she's looking to get going again for this Storm team. And what a better time to do that. Harvey is punished there just over the blue line as a sneaky shot gets through to Spence, and she'll knock that away on the trapper hand. Maggie Mullins forks that up for Hambly, and away. It's a one-on-one for the Storm. The long shot from Paige Hancock misses on going for the blocker side of Christine Michaud there in net. Now the Reds will try to break it out. The go-ahead goal scorer, the first goal scorer this afternoon, Isabel Michaud, takes it in all the way herself, and she will draw a penalty for the Reds as Edza West is going back to the power play here, as she had the feet taken out from under her in what will be a tripping call against London from the Storm. And this power play has been especially deadly to open this tournament for Edza West. 2 for 2. The most recent Edza West goals coming on the 5-on-4 opportunity. And they're going to win the draw. Cutting in with the shot high and over the net is Caitlin Bird. And the Storm will find it. And it's a high wrister. That sails the whole 200 feet off the stick of the Storm's Callie McDonald to open this penalty kill. A penalty kill will go a long way with 1 minute left to play here in this first 20 minutes of play. They can go to the dressing room without allowing that 5th goal and perhaps get another 15 minutes to talk about things. The Storm may have a shot here this afternoon. That's sticked away, and it's going to be a breakaway for the Storm. And coming back on Taylor Hunter there, an excellent back check. Looked to be Hillary Stiles, and what would have been a great chance there for Central, but couldn't even get the shot off, as they have some quick defenders there on this Fredericton-based team. And that's brought up ahead again. Here's the shot, and that's blockered away by Michaud. A couple opportunities there for the Storm, shorthanded, but couldn't quite bury the goal they're looking for. Knocked down by Boudreau on a high stick, but that's waved off as the Storm touch up. And that will do it for the opening frame here in Tyne Valley. The Edza West Reds are in command to open the period with 4 goals coming in the first 12 minutes of play. And the teams will go to the locker rooms as we will return for the last 40 minutes to start the second period here after the Zamboni flood.
Shots on goal at the end of the first period. 14 for Edza West Reds and 6 for the Central Storm.
And welcome back to the second period here from Game 1 of the 2022 Atlantic Female U18 Hockey Championships here in Tyne Valley, PEI. It was quite a first period for one team, not so much for the other. The Edsa West Reds jumping out to a 4-0 lead in the first frame. Goals from Isabel Michaud, Hannah Harvey, Miriam Terrio, and Brianna Scott. Two of those coming on the power play, the Terrio and the Scott goals. Enough to put the New Brunswick champs and second place finishers in the Maritime Major Female Hockey League, Under 18 Hockey League, up by a commanding margin over the PEI representatives and provincial runner-ups, the Central Storm. And as mentioned earlier, and as you can see, it's certainly a hill to climb for the PEI reps. But two players, Livy Lawler and Georgia Hambley, have been plenty involved in those first 20 minutes. It's been tough for anybody to get a quality chance in on Christy Michaud and the Reds goal, as much as it has been to get around the loaded Reds defense of the likes of Terrio, Lauren Waters, Hillary Stiles, Louise McPhee, and everybody else. Suffice to say, it's been a tough defensive team to penetrate from New Brunswick. They've allowed 44 goals this regular season, but that number nosedived as the playoffs got underway. They only allowed 3 goals in their last 3 playoff games, the Reds. So the Storm will have to find a way to surpass that total today if they want to have a chance in this game. But keep in mind with the tournament format, it's a round-robin tournament, so losing on the first day of the tournament, much like many provincial tournaments in minor hockey, isn't life or death. It's a round-robin tournament where as long as you're not the last-place team, you play Sunday. Whether you make that final, you have to have a good round-robin tournament, though. You have to be one of the top 2 teams after your first 4 games. As in the round-robin, everybody plays everybody once. And if they were to meet again, that would be for either a bronze or a gold medal here on Sunday. The gold medal game will be broadcast right here, webcast at 12 p.m. local time, Atlantic time, on Sunday afternoon. And that's the first save of the period there for Janae Spence. Had a rocky first period, played better, had a bit better support too to finish that first frame. But they'll need Spence to stand tall if the Storm want to make a comeback bid here in these final pair of periods in the opening game of the championships. That face-off is won back to Terrio. It's a cross ice over to Michaud, the shot, and right there on the doorstep was Brianna Scott, but Spence slid all the way over and read the Reds set up like a book for another save. The face-off will be in the same spot to Spence's right. Taking that face-off for Edsa West is Carrie-Ann Merman, and she'll force the tie-up against Renee Chapman. The Reds maintain possession inside the Storm zone as the clear almost ran into an official error, but the breakout keeps going, gets lost in the feet of Grace London, and that puck skips back to the Reds' end. Chapman forces a turnover there. Helping her is Taylor Hunter. The shot goes high and over the net. Chapman had a great chance there, but Michaud did not have a save required of her on that play. Now trying to lead the breakout is Carrie-Ann Merman. Caught on along the boards as the Storm had a solid forecheck going there on the counter. And they'll get the puck back around center ice. Good shift for the Chapman-Hunter line. Hunter, of course, is an affiliated player, hasn't played a lot with the Storm this year. But now it goes the other way for Clavette. Going in 2-on-1, and the centering pass for Abby Toner just goes a wee bit too far. Skipping over her stick, and no shot is on net. Maybe we'll get a shot here. Here's the shot low from Toner again. And Thibault does the same. But it's a pair of stops from Janae Spence to force another face-off. Edsa West is not letting up so easy on the offense. The Storm getting their shots, but the Reds do not allow long spans of time in their own end as Bird's shot hits a shin pad. Both off the pads of Cassie Gordon, laying out there for the shot blocks. Walsh tried to take it down for an offensive opportunity at the other end, but all over her was Caitlin Bird, who shoveled it down the ice, and the Reds take an icing call. We want to once again thank our sponsor here, Township Chevrolet, who is bringing you this tournament here in Tyne Valley this weekend. Township Chevrolet, PEI's #1 dealership. The face-off is won by the Reds. Caitlin Bird with that face-off victory. Going down the other way is Maddie Boudreau with a bit of an individual effort, but doesn't go very far. But she's going to be first to the puck on the Reds dump-in down on the other end. Batchelder is all over, and it bounces out loose, and going for the cover was Spence, but her glove was not quicker than another player's stick. The Storm has struggled in their own corners today, as the Reds have been all over them, but now it's a 2-on-1. Here's the shot, and that's off the glove of Michaud in the other end. It was Quilty with the opportunity there. Long on that 2-on-1 was Cassie Gordon, but nothing to make out of that as it goes down the other way. Clavette finishes the dump-in. Acorn on the Storm blue line. Tried to skip it out. Lawler is left to take it herself with heavy pressure again from a Red, this time Hannah Harvey, as that top line out there who were out there for 3 of Edsa West's 4 goals in the first frame. We'll try for another one here, hopefully to extend their team's lead. Sneaky play there from behind the net from Michaud, but Spence is ready for that as she tried to bank it off the backside of Spence. But now the Storm will take it for a rush the other way. All alone by herself. Here's the play from Hambly. And it looks to be caught under Michaud, was momentarily. Lawler now with the puck alone. She had lots of time to work with it, but it's a block shot out front by center Ella Lawrence. And that goes back over the corner. The Reds looking to buy some time with a 2-on-2 puck battle over the left shoulder of Michaud in net. Christy Michaud has been challenged on occasion for the Edsa West Reds. Hasn't faced the rubber that Spence has at the other end, but nonetheless has made some important stops. Usually one and done plays with the help of that Reds defense, which has had an impressive start to this game. Harvey, cross ice pass to Lawrence. That's off a body out front and skips on back to the corner. Back on the half wall there, 3 Storm players along with 2 Reds. A third comes in, skips on back to Theriault at the point. She has a goal, and a heck of a clapper is padded away by Spence. And there was a rebound opportunity there, but not much comes out of that. Now Renee Chapman tries to get the breakout going. The Storm has struggled there, but they'll undoubtedly get away with this one. They've been able to make a few chances in some rushes, though, and they tried to do that again on that play, but Chapman is offside with 14:50 to play in the second period. 4-0 still for the New Brunswick champions Edsa West over the Central Storm. The runner-ups from PEI, of course, the host Western Wind won the island here. Just a crazy season all around, and you'll hear me talk about the stat all weekend probably, but especially on the Western Wind for Chloe Gallant, who won the scoring race here on the island by an astounding 29 points over the next closest player. Including playoff scoring, she was 31 points ahead of teammate Annie Pierre Morency. Gallant had 51 points combined in all games this year. Morency was second with 20. Among those points, Gallant had 34 goals. In a season like this and in only 24 games, it's hard to score even 20 goals, and Gallant has just broken those expectations. The expectations were high for Gallant, who's had a successful minor hockey career playing with these Western teams, but has hit another level this year, even with the COVID Omicron complications and everything that's been in the way of that. They will play later tonight. They actually take on Edsa West. Edsa West plays twice, taking on Western Wind at 7:30 after a brief opening ceremony here in Tyne Valley. This is the first Atlantics tournament to get underway in 2 seasons. Right at the last minute in 2020, as the first wave of COVID emerged, all the tournaments were canceled, many notable ones. In pro sports, tournaments were moved back, if not canceled altogether. But unfortunately for minor hockey, such as U18 men's and women's hockey, was altogether canceled. 2021 last year wasn't a season at all, but now we're here in Tyne Valley for the 2022 Female Under 18 Atlantic Championships. Day 1, game 1. Perry knocks it down as the Storm looked to sustain some pressure and finally beat Michaud in net. Christy Michaud has not been beat yet. Even that defense, though, like I said, haven't had the quality chances, this team, even with the likes of Georgia Hambley and Livy Lawler buzzing for this Central Storm team. They've been all over the place, but they are yet to get on the board. Edsa West has done that 4 times and are looking to maintain that lead. And they'll have to play these final 2 periods smartly, as they, as mentioned, are on the ice again tonight against a strong, offensively talented Western Wind team. As for the Storm, Hunter throws one off the shin pads and is brought on back up by the Reds. That's been characteristic of the Reds today. Very one and done. They might get 1 or 2 shots either directed at the net or blocked by a defender, but goes back the other way. Now Isabelle Merchaud has it. It's a shot from Lawrence. Ella Lawrence's wrister goes high and wide. Spence didn't have to do anything there. Her defenseman will, as it's a 2-on-2 battle up along the boards on the right side. Waters goes D to D. Louise McPhee breaks it out, but Chapman, having a great game on the steal, lets the wrister go, and that deflects off McPhee and off the high glass on the scoreboard end of the rink. Ella Lawrence dumps it in, but maybe a bit too early there, as an offside is charged against the Edsa West Reds. It's 11:26 in the second period here. Just under 9 minutes of play elapsed as we near the halfway point of the game. Still a 4-0 score tally with the Reds in the lead. The face-off is won by Central. Acorn throws it right back in the corner where she got it from. Battling down there hard are Gordon and Brooke Walsh, and looks like someone will have it there. Oh, what a stretch save! And it is covered as everybody converged on the net there. A bit of chippiness, but what a display of flexibility from Christy Michaud as she goes back the other way. It was quite a shift there from Hancock, Walsh, and Gordon for the Storm, and it was a 3-on-1 there. They were all alone in front of that net, but Michaud, who hasn't been as busy in net, steps in and makes a key save midway through the second period. And now the Reds will take it the other way. Carrie and Merman lead the rush. Scott is along with her, along with Toner. Spence breaks up the dump and chase play as the Storm take it back out themselves. Walsh cutting in one-on-one with Theriault. Walsh, Hancock tried to intercept the play on the other side of the net. Good forecheck set out there, and it might be successful. but it's swung out in front for Brianna Scott. Scott has the latest goal for the Reds. She scored that latest power play goal to put the Reds up 4-0. Here's a shot, she scores! Maddie Boudreau adds to the Edsa West lead. It is now 5-0. Boudreau with a beautiful drag and snipe past the glove of Janae Spence in the Storm net, winning one-on-one. This regular season, Boudreau had 9 goals, good for third on the team behind Isabelle Michaud and Audrey Clavette, and 14 points. But she's showing she can score with the best of them with a heck of a laser. Low glove on Spence. And that makes the job tougher for the Central Storm. Now down by 5 goals and only 10 minutes to play in this period, along with the third. But Edsa West is even more in command after that one. And that comes moments after that key Christy Michaud stop with her right pad, as the Reds come down and give her a huge thank you. Waters, the shot goes off a defender's helmet in front, skips on back out, and the Reds still have it in their possession. Boudreau, after that goal, gets knocked around pretty heavily, gets back on her feet, is a little slow getting off the ice. You don't want to see that. Hopefully she's okay. But the Reds have been playing a hard physical game to keep the puck possession on their stick, as Michaud takes that tight angle shot into her glove. And the defense come right to her to give her a big thank you for her play. Has come in for some key saves at key times, holding this Reds team in here. Coming down the other way now, Lauren Waters leading the rush. Now back out, it's Isabelle Michaud, finds a player up in the high slot, and right in the crowd there was Ella Lawrence, who had the puck skip on off her stick. The response shot from Waters sails wide over into the corner, and the puck will be cleared out by the Storm. It's the pressure of 2 Storm players going in on Waters. Gets it back on out of the zone. Nothing really established there from the Storm. Back on out is Michaud. Has a goal. This line with 3 of the 5 goals for the Reds today. They'll look to add another one. Forces a turnover. Here's the shot from Theriault. We've seen today she has a very dangerous shot, especially that clapper is up there with the best of them in this tournament. And that'll come in handy, that offense from the blue line. Theriault is second in Red scoring on defense, only behind Nicole Ferguson. Theriault scored twice in 20 regular season games, had 7 assists for 9 points. Here comes Walsh. Didn't have a lot of room to work with there, as the defense bared down on her yet again. It's a breakout pass. Looking to receive that was Gordon. She misses the pass. The icing is waved off, though. Louise McPhee is challenged down there by the Hancock-Walsh-Gordon line. They've had a solid period. They've been very present. Almost had that goal, of course, a few minutes ago. Digging around there is Walsh. Skipped on back out. Scott going for the breakout. Skipped on off her stick, as Toner drops a pass for Scott, who fanned on that wrister attempt. Gets on that Janae Spence nonetheless, who covers it for the face-off to her right.
Would like to thank the following sponsors for their generous support.
Maddie Boudreau is back out there for the Reds, not the Storm. Taking the draw for the Storm was Walsh, who won it. Boudreau was shaken up on that last shift and was slow to get off. But as they say, it's playoff hockey. And we've seen some really great performances here this afternoon already, and Boudreau is just one of them. That puck sails on out, off the netting surrounding the ice here at the Cavendish Farms Community Sports Center in Tyne Valley. Just about quarter after 2 here in the afternoon. with 7:14 to play on the game clock as opposed to the local time clock. 5-0 now for the Edso West Reds after that last goal from Boudreau. A great goal. It was a fury of great plays from the Reds that led to that one. Livy Lawler, the team's leading scorer, is going to cycle it back down to Hambly. Hambly dances around with it for a bit. Acorn looked to play it in, but was a bit indecisive there as it bounces on outside the blue line. And now the Reds have an opportunity here. Right on the defender's back is Audrey Clavette, the Reds' leading scorer in this regular season. And it bounces on out, and looking to break back in on the chance was Ferguson. But she's a little too anxious, and it is offside against Edso West. Face off just outside the blue line in the Central Storm end. Second period, playing the long shift, and that is gotten up over the red line and then the opposite corner. Storm going for the dump and chase here. It's the Hambly, Lawler, Perry line getting involved, but coming back the other way with it is Edso West. Great pass to a wide open Waters, but is a bit too hesitant to let that shot go as it bounces off to the side. Perry can't get the clear on as Waters shoveled it back toward the slot. That skips on back out. Lawrence is out there along with line mates Michaud and Harvey. That hit a bunch of bodies in front of the net, in front of Spence. Spence can't find it though as Harvey throws it back on toward the point. It's McPhee who loses it on that pass attempt, and the Storm will rush it down, and they'll go for the change after a tough shift against the top Edso West line. No penalties yet this period. The Central Storm killed off that late first period advantage by Edso West. Edso West is 2 for 3 on the power play this afternoon. Goals on that power play come from Theriault and Scott. 5 different goal scorers this afternoon for Edso West after that last goal off the stick of Maddie Boudreau. Now it's Central looking to join the fun on the score sheet. Renee Chapman toying around with it behind the net. Hunter had it in her feet but couldn't get it in time. Now coming up the ice is Abby Toner. Toner is challenged along the boards by Central's Maggie Mullins and takes her down as the 2-on-2 puck battle ensues on the half wall. Comes on back, and Theriault was close to getting that puck. Skipped over a stick, but she plays it for the D2D as Ferguson will now lead the rush herself. Ferguson steps around the pair of players and comes in on the Storm. She's going to take around the net, back out front. There was a stick there, but the Storm cleared out just in time as they come out for an opportunity of their own. But now we're going to have a penalty call. It was a late cross-check behind the play. I didn't see it, but Kayla Batchelder is the 4th Central Storm player to come off on a minor penalty this afternoon. It is a cross-checking call, but Edso West will look to improve their power play to 3 and 3 for 4. As with 4:21 on the clock, they will go back to the advantage. Face-off won by Edso West. Miriam Theriault is going to shoot it, and that goes wide. Going for the tip in front there is Ella Lawrence as she's playing the net front. Lawrence now takes it along the half wall, coming out of the corner. She's challenged by a killer, and she's going to go for a lap. Harvey finds a pass. The shot is shot wide on the cross-ice dish to Michaud. The Storm so close to getting it out there, but now Harvey dishes it back up to Theriault. Goes back down for Michaud now. Michaud is going to observe her options. Theriault circles backwards, forwards. They're caught up there at the blue line, trying to keep it in, and that is a clean block by a Storm penalty killer. Can't quite get the number there, but nonetheless, it is Hillary Quilty getting that puck out towards center ice. Not enough for the Storm to get a much-needed change, as this top unit is giving them everything. A few players for Edso West will change out though. Audrey Clavette out here on that second unit for Edso West. And Hancock forces a turnover, or almost did anyway, as Clavette gets it back for the Reds. A really aggressive kill there as she pinned her opponent on the boards. But here's a fan slap shot that hit a player, and the ensuing rebound chance goes high off the glass. Not a lot of shots for Spence on this penalty kill. Here's an all-alone chance in front, and Spence, as I was saying, didn't have a ton of chances against her on this power play so far, despite the possession. Just made 2 of her biggest saves of the afternoon. 18 seconds left here in this power play, as the Reds have spent almost the entire advantage down in the Storm zone. Here's another chance. It's off a defender. She's down in front, and the Storm get away unscathed. Kept into the zone there as it goes down to Clavel. Boudreau now in front all alone. Oh, it was Stiles with a wide open net, but she passed it in front, and I think she knew it. She slapped her stick after. It was Boudreau who almost had that chance, going for a second in the afternoon, as the penalty is now over. Batchelder is back out there for the Storm, and they improve their penalty kill to 2 for 4 this afternoon. And the puck is a little frozen up there along the half wall after a really busy Edsa West power play that was oh so close to becoming the second for Maddie Boudreau this afternoon. Boudreau, of course, one of the Reds' biggest offensive threats, and she's been ever present, especially this period, with her first goal, of course. Now there are under 2 minutes to play in the second of 3 periods in this hockey game. It's Edsa West 5 and Central 0. 0 so far and 5 so far, as this game is far from over. Hambley goes for a skate, takes it herself from center ice, is finally knocked off the puck there behind Michaud's net in the Reds' end. Toner looks to get the breakout going. It's a bit of a rugby scrum there as 5 or 6 players crowd around the ice. A player's tripped up, but other than that, it is a really slow roll of the puck down to the opposite end of the ice towards Spence. And the face-off will be down at the other end after a Reds icing violation. This live stream is brought to you by Township Chevrolet, PEI's #1 dealership. We want to thank them for their contribution to our live stream on YouTube. All this weekend, we'll have every game here for you at this link. It's tough to describe this link for you other than YouTube and the channel because, well, it's a long link. But on the tournament website and social media, you will be able to find the link to all this weekend's action here in Tyne Valley. Here's the shot. It was a wide open opportunity by Hannah Harvey, but no one was out front, and Spence made the easy glove save. Now 51.7 seconds on the clock here. If you're viewing the scoreboard on your television screen from home, note that the guest team is Edsa West. They have the 5, and the home team for this game, the Central Storm, has 0, as they are yet to beat Christy Michaud in net. She's made a couple critical saves here this period to keep this one scoreless, but aside from that, Janae Spence has seen most of the action, as the Edsa West offense has been relentless so far. Of course, with 5 goals and an umpteen amount of shots otherwise stopped or directed at her. Here's the shinny play that seemed to be slapped away. Spence found it through a crowd there, wasn't really sure what was going on, but it was chaos in front of that net. Especially this period, Edsa West has caused a lot of confusion for the other team in front of the Central Storm goal. And the Storm will run out the clock as Edsa West improves upon their lead, not ever so slightly. They didn't score 4 like the first period, but thanks to Maddie Boudreau, Edsa West finds themselves up by a commanding 5-0 score heading into the second intermission here in Tyne Valley at the 2022 Atlantic Women's Under-18 Hockey Championships. Of course, this tournament has an ESSO Cup berth in Alberta on the line. So stick around for the final period here of this first game, in the first game of 3 today. So lots of fun still to be had, but please tune in after about a 10-15 minute intermission.
Getting ready to pull the number as we speak. Here's the winning ticket number of this afternoon's 50-50 draw. Ticket number 004326. Once again, that number 004326. Today's lucky winner got him or
Hello again, and thanks for sticking around for the third period of this matchup at the 2022 Atlantic Women's Under 18 Hockey Championships between the New Brunswick representatives EDSA, West Reds, and the Prince Edward Island Reps Central Storm. This live stream is brought to you by Township Chevrolet, PEI's #1 dealership. Of course, this weekend is huge as the winner of this tournament advances on to Okotoks, Alberta, a little town about half an hour south of Calgary, Alberta, for the National Championship, or the SO Cup. The winner of this tournament will go up against the West champion, which is between the Manitoba champions, the Westman Wildcats, and the Saskatchewan champions, the Notre Dame Hounds. They play a best-of-3 series that starts tomorrow night, April 22nd, and if needed, they will play 3 games in 3 nights. Aside from that series, though, and this championship yet to be played out, the 4 other teams going to the SO Cup in Okotoks have already been determined. Of course, Sarah, the host, scores! And it's a big one early on for the Central Storm. On the backhand, it's Taylor Hunter, the affiliate player, who 16 seconds in to the third period finally beats Christy Michaud to break the shutout for EDSA West. And just like that, it is back to a 4-goal game. So there must have been some wise words in the locker room from head coach Gordie Walsh of the Central Storm, as they get exactly the start they want in this third period. And now it is a 5-1 hockey game. That is the score. What a start for the Central Storm. Of course, it's Taylor Hunter playing on that line with Renee Chapman and company. So they seem to be developing a solid chemistry on such short notice, with Central missing some key players, including Holly Doyle and second leading scorer Kaylee Lutley. So that's a boost they need in their scoring this afternoon. But they still got a hill to climb against a talented team such as EDSA West, the New Brunswick champs. That puck is going to skip off a stick and into the bench. So as I was mentioning before that early goal from Hunter, the Prince Albert Bears, of course, the hosts, are hosting, except in a different town, over 1,000 kilometers away from their home rink in Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. From Quebec, the Richelieu Remparts have earned the right to represent the province at the SO Cup, beating out the Quebec A's to earn that right. In the Pacific region, the Fraser Valley Rush will play in the tournament instead of the Edmonton Pandas. And here's another chance from the Central Storm. And it's a pair of chances in on Michaud, starting with a breakaway from Walsh and then followed up there by Hambley. But it was Michaud kicking out a pair of opportunities. And it came that close to becoming 5-2. And as I was saying, the Durham West Lightning have won the Ontario competition and will make the trip to Okotoks as well. So Richelieu, Durham West, Fraser Valley, and Prince Albert await the winners of this tournament, which is just getting going. And that's square down in the West between Westman and Notre Dame. Meanwhile, we have a long way to go to decide a winner here. The breakout pass skips off Perry's stick and right back up to Styles of Edsa West, who just throws it back in. The Storm are able to get most of their change in, though, in the process. It's a hand pass, or on first glance it appeared to be, from Ferguson, but nonetheless it goes over the Storm, so no harm done to either side. Lawler, leading scorer of the Storm team, loses the puck to Harvey. Harvey couldn't turn around in the backhand just in time to get a quality shot off or a pass, and the Storm will fight it out. Perry grinded out against Harvey. They've gone head-to-head all afternoon, these lines. And walking in with it, what a play, the shot off the bar. You could hear the heavy metal from the Isabel Michaud wrister. Absolutely psyched out the ankles of at least two Central Storm players and wrung it off the crossbar as she beat Janae Spence for the second time this afternoon. The first time she scored on a very similar move into the same net, but this time she went for the blocker side, I think. And play will be blown down as it goes off the netting. But now we're back underway as Larkin cuts toward the middle of the ice, still has the puck, shovels the backhand, and that's off a shin pad in front. Lauren Waters working on it herself with Bird along the half wall there as well. The goal scorer for Central, Taylor Hunter, tried to make a play, skips back on out to the blue line and over to Chapman this time, but Chapman's shot is blocked by what it looked like to be McPhee. And the puck is deflected past a Storm defender, and now here comes leading scorer Audrey Clavel on the side, shot, scores! Audrey Clavel powers through a Central Storm defender and beats Spence as well and restores the 5-goal lead for Edsa West. Now 6-1 for the Reds.
Got a name correction.
Want to apologize really quick for the break. There was a little mix-up in the rosters I got for the affiliate players this afternoon, Emily Gardner and Taylor Hunter. Taylor Hunter is wearing number 15 for the Central Storm rather than number 18, and it is Emily Gardner that has the goal and wears number 18 instead of 15. So again, my apologies to everybody involved there. But it is Emily Gardner with that Central Storm goal. Despite that and Gardner's great play with one of those top lines tonight for the Storm, they find themselves down by 5 after that latest goal from Team New Brunswick, the Edsa West Reds. Audrey Clavette finds her way onto the score sheet on that latest 2-on-1 that got by Janae Spence. But the Storm are back down in the other end. Again, that line has been really noticeable tonight for the Central Storm as that deflection goes wide of Lawler, Hambley, and Perry. They've come close, but have not scored yet. Meanwhile, this line has scored plenty as Michaud's cross-ice pass intended for Harvey was knocked away. Styles holds it into the zone, though, for the Reds, as that chance can quite materialize. It's been a game of rushes back and forth, and that's where most of the goals have come from, too. That one being an example of a rush rather than a goal. But a lot of the offense has come off the counterattack as Lauren Waters has had a lot of defensive responsibility from Abby Clark's team, the Edsa West Reds, in leading the breakouts and whatnot. on the blue line for the New Brunswick champions as the breakout pass for Bird goes up the ice. Caitlin Bird carries it up and through a pair of Storm defenders, but Chapman for the Storm comes out on the other side. The Reds aren't done with her yet, though. Clavette joins the party behind the net. Now it's Merman. Merman right out to Bird, hit the post with the shot. And thankfully for Spence and the Storm there, they were spared second life as the Reds hit their second post of the period. It's still in the Storm zone, though, as London finally appears to be breaking out of the zone. Now Chapman looked to carry it, but it's turned over yet again. Clavette, really powerful forward. Is a fast skater, but doesn't seem to need the speed to break it down the ice and create chances, using that power and hockey sense to make a lot of things happen this afternoon, including that last goal. They absolutely fought off a Central Storm defender coming back on that 2-on-1 to put it blocker side on Spence. 12:58 here to play here in the third period. 6-1 is the score for the EDSA West Reds over the PEI representative Central Storm. Face-off is won by the Reds, but the Storm maintain possession as Walsh is fighting alone with the puck behind the net. Joining her back there is now Paige Hancock. She had the puck momentarily there, and there's going to be a penalty coming out of that kerfluffle. My guess is a Reds penalty for the first time this afternoon. Carrie-Ann Merman is heading in the direction of the penalty box, and she'll enter the door, and the Storm have their first power play opportunity of the Atlantic Championships. All four power plays leading up to now have been EDSA West Reds, but now the Central Storm will look to see what they can do with the extra attacker out there. It's a tie-up off the draw, but looked like Chapman handled the puck and had the quick shot get off, but the puck sails wide. It's held in on the other point by Callie McDonald, wearing number 4. Lawler spins one way and another and shovels the backhand back to McDonald. Back in the direction of Lawler, but no one was home. Stiles tries to fight off the boards, and she does so successfully and clears it for the Reds. Coming back in with it is Chapman, who finishes the dump and chase. Down there joining her on the power play is Brooke Walsh with Batchild and McDonald at the point. Long wrister from Lawler, scores! And Livy Lawler fires that one from a long ways, and I do not believe Christy Michaud saw that at all going through all that traffic in front. Lawler with her 10th of the season, playoffs and regular season included. She was due for that one, and the Storm have their second of the period and the game. It's been a lively afternoon for power play goals here in Tyne Valley. EDSA West, their first 2 power play chances were both successful. And now the Storm is a perfect 1-for-1 on their first opportunity. They could score every time on the power play if they got 4 more opportunities. That would certainly be helpful in keeping this comeback going from the Central side. Time is short at 11:45, but keep in mind it's a 4-goal spread. EDSA West scored 4 times in a 12-minute span in the opening frame of this hockey game. So, especially in playoff hockey, a championship like this, anything can happen. But I'm sure this won't help the Storm's case as Boudreau leads a 2-on-1 the other way and goes low blocker on Spence, but it was an excellent save. Just got it enough of the puck to deflect it over to the corner. The Reds maintain possession. Clavette swings it up for her defenseman Louise McPhee up on the point, but she is unable to handle that pass all the way down to the other end behind the net of Christy Michaud. Now a bit of a jam in the central zone. McPhee will try that breakout again. dodges the forechecker and Walsh to the bench like that for Edsa West. The puck takes a skip and a jump by the look of it, and that skips back down the ice following that. Wee bit of a change for each end. The Reds complete their change as the Storm just did moments before, and the Storm will get the offensive zone face-off. It'll be a big one as the Walsh, Hancock, Gordon line will come on out against Carey and Merman and company for the Reds. Won by the Storm. Here's the wrister. That's blocked. Quigley with that shot, and now it's bouncing around in the slot. No one could find it there for a second, but instead the Reds do. Abby Toner. Toner comes on down the wall. A few players lost it there too, but it's chipped on back into the corner by Merman. Merman tries to cut in under the Storm's Cassie Gordon. Again, a really physical game in the corner. 5 penalties dished out so far, so it's been anything but clean, but it hasn't crossed the line either. This game has seen a perfect balance. That was a bit of a hefty cross-check there from Hillary Quilty of the Storm. No call. Everyone looks all right there, and Quilty will go for the puck again. Toner is there to compete for it too. It's going back and forth along the wall to Spence's left. The clearing attempt from Gordon hit her own teammate by the looks of it and goes out just enough, and both teams will go for a change as it's dumped in by Edsa West. 9:43 here as we get just over the midway point of the final period, maybe the final period, depending on what the Central Storm can pull out of their sleeve in the final 10 minutes, but it's 6-2 for Edsa West. Now here comes Lawler. Lawler's quick snapper is gloved with ease by Christine Michaud. It was a really hurtful back check from Miriam Theriault, I believe. Theriault is out there on one of the defensive points. Has played the blue line this afternoon with Nicole Ferguson. They've been the two go-to blue liners for Edsa West this year, Ferguson and Theriault. Now up the wall, it's a foot race. Looked like Ferguson got there on time. She did, as she got the puck out first. Now right around the red line at center ice. Lawler spins that on back out, finds her teammate in a bit of an awkward position, but they still head it, well for now anyway. They're pretty near the center ice dot, and Lawler comes away with it. Fights off a hacking and slashing Hillary Stiles, but is enough to force the turnover and give the Reds a shot at the rush down the other way. Here comes Harvey. Harvey has the second goal for the Reds this afternoon, but it's given away to the Storm. Here comes Central. The shot is blocked. The shot coming off the stick of Georgia Hambley, who will then swing around for another opportunity at net, but all over her is Ella Lawrence. Lawrence, the center of that top line for Edsa West, has had an excellent game at both ends of the ice, contributing plenty in the defensive zone, as well as getting the rush started many a time, going back the other way towards Spence in the central net. The Storm will try again. It is Alyssa Perry, excuse me. Skips on over to Emily Gardner. Gardner had it for just a moment, but now the Reds get it back again. Up for Cindy Bird off the breakout pass from Audrey Clavette. The Storm look to complete a quick change, and it looks like they will. Power line coming out for the Storm. Cassie Gordon leading the way off the bench. Larkin on defense, swipes at it, but instead it goes back the other way, but a little too harshly from the Edsa West side, as it is an icing call against the Reds. This live stream is brought to you by Township Chevrolet, PEI's #1 dealership. And of course, there are many dozens more sponsors. I have a list sitting by me of almost 2 pages full of sponsors, but it really does take a community to put together an event like this. If you're looking around the hockey rink, whether you're in the building or watching at home or wherever you are, you can see the decorations. Many balloons here. The balloons have been taken out. Over in the right side corner, there's a whole light show display that has been prominent, especially during the warm-ups of games. So it goes to show how generous everybody has been, especially the local businesses and sponsors, into putting on this long-awaited tournament, 3 years in the making. We have some good crowds here from both teams. Someone has the cowbell out for every time Central has scored this afternoon. So not hard to tell that these players, coaches, fans, and everybody have waited a long time for this. As Bird trips up Quilty, and it results in an offside, not a penalty. As there's 6:26 in score clock time left to play in this third period. 6-2 still for the Edsa West Reds. Edsa West is back again in the late game after the opening ceremonies as the Western Wind take the ice for the first time here at 7 p.m. local. Between them, though, we'll be back with you at 4:30 for game 2 of 3 on the day. It will be the Eastern Icebreakers of Newfoundland making the trip all the way from near St. John's. And they will take on the heavily anticipated, heavily favored Northern Subway Selects of Nova Scotia as both teams open their tournament. The Subway Selects have lost just twice this season, and they're yet to lose or drop a game of any sort in the new year since 2022, since a break, as the New Brunswick teams played amongst themselves since then. So there is a lot on the line there as those teams open their tournaments at 4 o'clock local. Going up the ice here is Emily Gardner. Gardner has it taken away from her as she went up against that talented Edsa West defense line. One of them being Hillary Stiles. Paired up with Theriault on the shift. And comes on around as the Reds will complete the breakout. It's Harvey curling on off to the side as she's rubbed out along the boards coming over that blue line. Stiles picks it off. Harvey, I think, tried to pull a little bit of a between the legs move there as she stuck the stick in between her legs going up against the Storm defender. But the Storm will take away possession. Alyssa Perry leads the charge on out, but she's tired after a long shift and chips it on into the same side corner. Taking a shot there, a heavy one, was Georgia Hambley from a Reds defender. No call there. Comes on back to the point. Here's the wrister through a crowd, and Christy Michaud found that. Maggie Mullins put that low and hard along the ice, right where the coaches want it. That one was a bit higher off Larkin, who hits a body. I think she hit Isabel Michaud with that wrister. And Lawrence, Michaud, Harvey, and everybody on that top line for the Reds are pretty tired. They'll go for a change. The Storm has some new bodies on as well. Hancock goes up against a Reds defender, but that one's blocked. Big block there by Louise McPhee. Now immediately back up the other way. It's a one-on-one. Audrey Clavette all alone in on Batchelder, I believe. Right in front, the shot sliding across cross crease. And the save is made by Janae Spence. Maybe not the goals against average figures you want if you're Spence, but make no mistake, she has made some important saves, nearly show-stopping saves, should I say, for the Central Storm team. And it could have been much worse today with the chances the Edsa West Reds have managed this afternoon. They're an offensively talented team, but Spence has done well to, for the most part, keep them contained. McPhee throws it down into the corner. Quigley is there. Quilty. Playing on that Storm defensive pairing with Kayla Batchelder. And that'll be Batchelder carrying it out against the corner. But it's Caitlin Bird stealing it back for the Reds. Has Boudreau alone all in front, and coming in there late was Audrey Clavette. But Spence made the save, and here comes Lawler. She's coming up on the rush with London. It's a 2-on-2, has to go up against Theriault. And Lawler is knocked over, and the arm is going to go up, and the Reds draw their, the Storm draw their second penalty. The Reds get their second penalty of the afternoon. That's going to be Paige Hancock. Louise McPhee charged with the tripping minor. 2:51 on the clock. And it still is a 4-goal lead for the Reds, who are on the penalty kill. On the power play, on the other hand, for the Central Storm, they're a perfect 1-for-1, haven't had a lot of opportunities. Batchelder's shot is stopped, and a huge roar comes off the Reds bench. Stepping in front of that is Carrie Ann Marmon with the block. An important penalty killer for this Reds team. Missed that first penalty kill, as she is the one who took that penalty earlier this period. And now she's out there as one of the two penalty killing forwards early on with Abby Toner. The Reds are having no trouble keeping it away from Christy Michaud and the rest of their defensive end to open this power play. 1:12 yet to go. That will pass, but by the time this power play is over, there will be less than a minute to play in this game. As mentioned, make sure to stay tuned for the 4 o'clock matchup, 4 o'clock local, between the Northern Subway Selects Nova Scotia champions and the Eastern Icebreakers of Newfoundland and Labrador. And then at 7 o'clock, 7:30, pardon me, the hosts Western Wind get their first taste of this weekend's action as they take on the Edsa West Reds, playing their second game today. There will be 4 games tomorrow as well. A lot of double headers these teams will have to prepare for. If they're not playing 2 games tomorrow or today, they'll just as likely have to on Saturday. That is cleared out once again by Edsa West, as we are just over a minute from the final buzzer in Game 1 in Tyne Valley. This penalty is about to expire, 7 seconds left, as Louise McPhee prepares to leave the box. But not before one last chance by the Central Storm. Walsh, great pass across to Gordon, but that skips away off her stick. Storm hangs onto it as Clavette tries to kill time in that corner. Gordon pressures her. Grace Larkin held in the zone briefly, and now the Reds will dump it back down. There is an outnumbering there, but now Clavette will look to get it on net one final time on Spence. That's knocked away. Goes back out in front, and Clavette almost got it back after a fortunate bounce from behind Spence's goal. Working out the puck the other way is Lawler. 10 seconds left, so she'll have to get the shot off quick here. She's just going to skip it down and maybe find someone in front. She'll curl away, but that will do it as the Edsa West Reds will take Game 1 of the 2022 Atlantic Under-18 Female Hockey Championships and a convincing 6-2 victory over PEI's Central Storm. 6 different goal scorers from the Reds this afternoon, with Michaud, Harvey, Theriault, Scott, Boudreau, and Clavette all finding the back of the net for the New Brunswick champions. As we tune down to the ice for the player of the game presentations.
At this time, I welcome Tyne Valley, representing the U18 Atlantic Coast Committee, to present the players of the game. Receiving the awards, player of the game for the West Reds, number 66, Eleanor number 14, Isabel Michaud. Player of the game for the Central Storm goes to number 5, Libby Love. The most sportsmanlike player is number 18, Emily Gardner. How about we put our hands together and give these two teams a round of applause. Great way to start the tournament.
And as you can see there, for every game this tournament, there will be a player of the game and most sportsmanlike player of the game for each team. For the Central Storm, that was this afternoon. Livy Lawler, the player of the game, had that second goal coming on the Storm power play. And the most sportsmanlike player, Emily Gardner, an impressive game as a call-up affiliate, who had the other goal for Central this afternoon, only 18 seconds into the third period. On the other end, Ella Lawrence had the player of the game honor for the Edsa West Reds. Didn't find the back of the net, but was ever involved on both ends of the ice, up there on the top line with Hannah Harvey. And the most sportsmanlike player of the game, Isabel Michaud, who had two beauties of plays, one of them that went bar down and the other that went bar up. So that is it for game one of the 2022 Atlantic U18 Women's Hockey Championships here in Tyne Valley, Prince Edward Island. Thanks for tuning in for this one. I'm Luke Diamond, and I hope to see you again soon at the following games this weekend.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Cavendish Farms Community Event Center for game number 2 of the 2022 Female U18 AAA Atlantic Hockey Championships. This afternoon's game featured the visiting Northern Subway Selects representing Hockey Nova Scotia and the home team, the Eastern Icebreakers, representing Hockey Newfoundland.
Hello and good afternoon again from Tyne Valley, Prince Edward Island for Game 2 of the 2022 Atlantic Women's Under-18 Hockey Championships between the Nova Scotia representatives and champions, the Northern Subway Selects, and the Newfoundland and Labrador champions and reps, the Eastern Icebreakers. My name is Luke Diamond, and I'm glad you can tune into this afternoon's game, the second of 3 today on our YouTube live stream. This live stream is brought to you by Township Chevrolet, BEI's #1 dealership. This is an interesting matchup between statistically the top team in the region and a team that just barely started its season roughly a month ago. Let's start with the favorites. The Northern Subway Selects went 22-2 this regular season, and they haven't lost a game since last December. They were 16 points in the Maritime Major Female Hockey League, Under-18 Hockey League standings by 16 points over Edza West, who just pulled out a 6-2 victory over the Central Storm just about an hour ago. And this team didn't slow up as the playoffs came through either. They went out and swept both of their series, first against the Halifax Western Capitals in the semifinal, and then the East Hants Penguins convincingly in the final. And today they find themselves as the team to beat here, with quite a crowd here as well, representing the region from roughly Pictou County to Antigonish. This team has played in rinks from everywhere in their home, from the Keating Center at St. FX in Antigonish to the Pictou County Wellness Center just outside of New Glasgow. For scoring from the Northern Subway Selects, look no further than Captain Sarah Stewart. She had 28 points in 22 regular season games, including 17 goals, to lead her team in both departments. But she didn't slow up there. In the clinching game of the provincial final, she scored a hat trick and added an assist for 4 points in what was a 6-0 win for the Subway Selects. The game before, she scored 3 goals and added 3 assists, contributing on all 6 goals in a 6-5 win in Game 2 of that series in their sweep of the East Hants Penguins. So she might be the most on-fire player and the one to watch. Sarah Stewart is in this one. There's not many details, either statistically or of substance, this season from the Eastern Icebreakers. However, they did overcome the Tri-Pin Ice in the Newfoundland and Labrador final, a 4-2 win after being down 2-1 after 2 periods in the provincial final to win it and book their ticket to Tyne Valley, which is, I mean, you got to connect the dots there. The Icebreakers beat the Ice in the final, which is pretty, I don't know if ironic's the word, but either way, they overcame a loss to the Ice earlier in the provincial tournament, as they did not have a regular season due to COVID-19 in Newfoundland. But they find themselves here, maybe not in mid-season form, but either way, they find themselves across the ice to the left of the the Northern Subway Selects from Nova Scotia in Game 2 of the Atlantic Championships.
Number 17, Emily Stride. Number 18, Emily White. Number 19, Tyne Walsh. Number 20, Julia Butler. Number 41, Amber Hall. And number 31, Marianne Harris. At this time, I ask you to please rise if you're able to remove your caps and hats for today's flag of Canada.
And with that, we're just about underway for Game 2 of the round robin here at the 2022 Atlantic U18 Female Hockey Championships here in Tyne Valley, Prince Edward Island. Now for our starting goalies. Starting for Northern, on your right, is Gabby Arsenault. She has yet to lose a game this season, going 15-0 in the regular season, with 7 of those 15 games resulting in shutouts in her favor. She just played twice in the playoffs, but won both games, including one game in the Nova Scotia final. She hasn't played since that game where she allowed a season-high 5 goals to the East Hants Penguins. She'll look to bounce back from that today. Darian Harris gets the starting goal in the other net. She's played a big role in that run to the championship at the Newfoundland and Labrador Provincial Championships. She hasn't had a lot of play though this year, and today she'll jump into it against the region's top team right now as the puck is dropped and we are underway. And it is the Subway Selects in with it first. Sarah Stewart, the captain, the leading scorer, the heart and soul of this team, leading the way on that rush. They don't get much materialized off that, but the Subway Selects quickly take it back after that. It's a cross-ice pass from Olivia Marks over to Stewart again. Stewart digging around there, using a lot of her speed as it bounces on out again as she's right in there in the forecheck. It's an energetic first shift for this Subway Selects top line. And they're not done yet. Stewart couldn't pick up the pass there as Thistle of the Eastern Icebreakers tries to get it rolling the other way, but they can't quite get it out. Now they do, and that'll result in the Northern having the touch up. Here come the Selects. Megan Smith, wearing an A on her jersey, drops it off her teammate Erin McNeil. Cross-ice pass, it's a DD dish to a Selects defense, and it looks to be in the crowd there, lost it a little bit, but coming up with her first save of the game is Darian Harris, beginning from that Lily LeBlanc point shot. Lily LeBlanc took the pass from Ava Guinaud to pressure Darian Harris in the Icebreakers net some more. The face-off is won by the Subway Selects, and it's Ava Guinaud going for a lap around the net, headed all alone in front of the goal there. but it squirts on off to the side onto the tape of Julia Butler of the Icebreakers. Looping back into her own end is Megan Smith. Smith shovels the backhand saucer all the way down the ice, hits her own teammate, and it's Kenzie Greencorn finishing off the dumping. Her team will go for a change in the process, and now lean the rush up the other way is Julia Butler for Eastern. Butler looked to trip up a player on the other team there momentarily, but she's surrounded by 3 other Subway Selects, and they take the puck back with ease. Eastern will get a quick shift in. It's kept in momentarily again by the Subway Selects, but chasing down Sarah Fraser on the other end is Abby Fleet for Eastern. Eastern and Northern going at it. It's a battle of geographies, or regions if you will, although in different provinces. Northern digs around and they lose it for a second. Northern struggled to get it out of the zone there. It's heavy pressure, especially from Haley Ryan in red and white for Eastern. Fleet rubs a player out, and there's going to be a penalty on that. And looked like, Haley Ryan will not get that penalty. It is Clara Fillier, with a body checking penalty, I think was the call. Either way, Northern gets the first power play of the afternoon in this game. They do win that face-off, but it goes a little too far on defender Mairead McPherson. And Hopkins of the Eastern Icebreakers keeping the pressure on there for the Newfoundland and Labrador champs to keep that puck out of danger and out of the way, as the biggest offensive threats for Northern are on right now, including Sarah Stewart. The clapper from McPherson sails wide, not even close to the net, but keeps it on her own teammate's stick. Pass from McPherson, Bree McPherson, goes through the legs of a defender. Nothing comes from that, but it does come back to Olivia Marks for the Northern Subway Selects. It's padded away at first. Second chance by Stewart. That's her first chance of the game, first good chance. And that's thrown back through the crease, all the way back to Bree McPherson. Here's the shot, and that one sails high and wide past the glove of Darian Harris. Northern manages to keep it in. Here comes Stewart on the backhand, and that hit the body of a defenseman off Emily White and skips wide. A minute 15 still to play on this power play. And the Subway Selects have made a lot happen in 20 seconds except score. Now Stewart is back behind the net. She's going to walk out front, throws it through the crease. It's off the official, and Darian Harris gets there just in time before anyone else does. That would have been a nasty bounce to conclude this penalty kill for the Icebreakers, had that gone the wrong way. And remember, it can't go off the referee and straight into the net, but if it hits the referee and goes off another player or hits another player in an otherwise legal fashion, then the goal counts. But either way, the puck did not go in yet, and it's still a 0-0 game. The Subway Selects retain possession on that power play on the other end. It's dished on down. The penalty killer breaks it up, stepping around. What a move, almost a toe drag there. And the pass errantly went wide as Ava Gano made a fancy forehand backhand play there. And it squirts back out for the Subway Selects to Lily LeBlanc. Went for the pass back over to Gano, but she could not handle it. Threw it around the net. I think that hit the ref again. The referee has had a tough power play penalty kill sequence here. Subway Selects still holding on to it. Now 15 seconds left in the advantage. And that swung around the boards. Pass intended for Aaron McNeil. But nowhere to be found. And that is thrown right onto the tape of assistant captain Haley Ryan of the Eastern Icebreakers. And the penalty expires as it sails the length of the ice. And the Subway Selects do the same going the other way. But that one is called for icing. This live stream is brought to you by Township Chevrolet, PEI's #1 dealership. And again, as I mentioned last game, there are so many sponsors making this possible. On my list of sponsors that I was handed out was about 2 pages long. Pretty well any billboard you were able to see through the rink or any sponsor on the ice, they all contributed this, plus many more that we might not be able to name this weekend, but we are very thankful for making this event possible. The first tournament of this nature in the last 3 years. The last tournament was played in 2019. That tournament was won by an Atlantic team, the Halifax Fire. They finished at 5th in the SO Cup. And of course, the Northern Subway Selects are the only team in this tournament with SO Cup experience. They won this tournament in 2018, and they would also finish 5th in the Nationals. Coming back the other way for the Newfoundland representatives is Holly Thistle, the captain of this Eastern Icebreakers team, isn't able to generate anything out of that. And that's a smooth transition up the other way on the counter for the Subway Selects. Going for the move around was Brooke Thompson, and that pass is picked off by Emily White on defense. Puck squirts back up to Brie McPherson on D. The shot goes in on net and is padded away by Darian Harris and her defenders. Merckx didn't have enough time to swing out another play, but it is able to find Stewart. Now that bounces back out to Myraid McPherson again. The shot just trickles wide, not enough strength in that one. Stays on her team stick. This line of Merckx, Stewart, and I believe Brooke Thompson is on this line as well. Yep, that's right. Thompson has the puck now. This line has been buzzing early to start this game. And a Stewart with the shot, and she is denied by Darian Harris. When you're Harris, yeah, you're coming off a tournament a few weeks ago where you get the momentum going and win the province, but without a season, going up against players like Thompson, Stewart, and Merckx right away at the Atlanta Championships is never an easy thing. And getting those saves, that busyness out of the way in the first 7-8 minutes of the game, in a game like this, is huge. Right now we are just over 7 minutes in the game. 12:45 on the clock, still scoreless between the Northern Subway Selects of Nova Scotia and the Eastern Icebreakers of Newfoundland and Labrador. And that puck rolls over to Gabby Arsenault, who has the start for the Subway Selects. Hasn't had a ton of shots tonight. That may have been her first or second directed at her thus far in this hockey game. Her team's going to win that draw as the Selects Ava Gano looks to start that breakout. That pass is just about picked off, but it's relayed up for Megan Smith on the left wall over to the right of Darian Harris in Eastern net. And now that puck is stuck on the side of the net. It was momentarily, but it's then knocked away and skips its way over to Brooklyn Kitchen. Couldn't quite clear the puck on her own, but gets some help from her teammates. It's Abby Fleet. She is pinned along the boards by a Northern opponent. Fillier rings it around the boards. Not much luck there as that bounces onto the sticks of the Selects again. Kenzie Greencorn is the one with the puck this time. Working out there with Sarah Fraser caught in down low. Puck goes back over the Greencorn. It's a weak shot on net, and the Eastern team is able to knock that down easily and gets it just over the blue line in order to make the Subway Selects touch up to be onside again. That's off the shaft of one player's stick. The intended pass was cross ice to Emily Stride. And now Stride finally gets her wish and gets the puck, and she'll skip it just with enough strength. Not for the icing, but far enough for an opportunity for her team as a pair of players go hard on the boards there as the puck bounces back out into the slot. Unable to hold that puck in for the Icebreakers is Holly Thistle, playing on the blue line right now. Filling in for defender Rachel Hopkins. And that puck will be rimmed in around as Eastern finishes a change and Northern starts one. stride, fires it back up the middle toward the red line. It's caught in the feet of an unsuspecting Brooke Thompson. Out there with her Sarah Stewart, along with linemate Olivia Marks. The top line is back out there again for the Northern Subway Selects. Bounces back out for Stewart. Look out, here's the high shot, hit her own teammate. Charges right to the net after that and couldn't find the crease. The rebound shot and the follow-up, she scores! And who else in the right place at the right time? Sarah Stewart gets the rebound on the point shot, and the Subway Selects strike first here in Tyne Valley. And there was a fury of plays leading up to that. You could feel it was coming for the Subway Selects. Even right off that break-in, Sarah Stewart had that goal 20 seconds earlier when she hit teammate Olivia Marks in the back of the head with that shot intended for the top right corner over Darian Harris's trapper. But at 10:22 of the first period, Northern is on the boards and get this, Stewart has her 11th point in 2 games and 10 minutes of play. Just an insane playoff performance from her dating back to Game 2 of the Nova Scotia final. The puck skips into the Subway Selects bench, so that face-off goes back into the right of Gabby Arsenault in net. She hasn't seen a lot of shots, as mentioned. The Eastern Icebreakers will look to change that if they want to keep up with the offense that Sarah Stewart and company bring from the Northern representatives of Nova Scotia. The Selects break it out now as the Icebreakers take it away again. Here's the shot. It's a high wrister off the stick of Haley Ryan. She's had a good start to this game and is able to challenge Gabby Arsenault with a high shot, but she was able to find that with ease. Be sure to tune in tonight at 7:30 following the 7:15 opening ceremonies when the EDSA West Reds of New Brunswick, who pulled out the win earlier today, take on the hosts here in Tyne Valley and the provincial champions, the Western Wind, right here on this very same live stream. As the pass goes across, almost Darian Harris lost it on the Northern 2-on-1. Going for that poke in, just stretching out for it was Kenzie Greencorn on the cross ice pass, but does not fool Darian Harris enough. She gave up that one on Stewart earlier, but other than that, she's played almost perfect. Excellent start. Mentioning this team isn't quite in mid-season form with the canceled regular season in Newfoundland and Labrador, but they've showed signs, a lot of signs of life here early on to get started in this Atlantics Championship. Now breaking in with it, it is Garneau with the drive. Tripped up there, no call. Looked like she got tied up with a skate. Here's the shot, rebound, scores! Brooke Thompson had the initial pass, and now this time it is the other 2 forwards on the top line for Northern combining for this one. Olivia Marks taps in the rebound past the blocker of Darian Harris, and it is 2-0 Northern Subway Selects. And this is what a very offensively potent team such as the Northern Subway Selects can do to you, and they've been on a roll lately especially in their scoring. They've scored 6 goals in each of their last 2 games, both coming in the final, the Nova Scotia final against the East Hants Penguins. The first game of that series was a 2-0 war of attrition. But since then, the Subway Selects have just been filling the net like there's no tomorrow. Coming down the ice again, this top line still on, it's Marks. Olivia Marks skips it down into the corner, but breaking out with it again, looking like a good rush for Julia Butler. She'll lead the way up to the ice. She's accompanied on the opposite end of the ice by Holly Thistle and Heidi Newbury. Thistle and Newbury meet the Selects defense on the other side. Helping them out is Sarah Stewart, who chips it off the boards behind the net and gets the breakout going as her line goes for a change. Leading the rush without help is Bree McPherson. She tries to get that shot through, but is unable to hit the net and challenge Darian Harris. Here comes the next line for the Subway Selects team. Megan Smith, Erin McNeil in their low. Smith waits out in the slot. Here's the shot from Gano. Rebound is patted away by Harris. She was ready for that one. Fleet with her back turned to the opponent. It turns around just in time to throw it off the boards and out, but it's taken right aback by the Subway Selects into the forecheck again. And that almost every play has started like this. We've seen a lot of 2-on-1 odd person rushes. Last game against different style teams in the Central Storm and the Edsa West Reds. Today, a lot of dump and chase from both ends, and that's worked for the Subway Selects so far. But the Eastern Icebreakers are trying that out as well. The Subway Selects, speaking of them, here's the pass through. That's intercepted, a heads-up play by Abby Fleet. Fleet will chip it down herself, and as her teammates go for the change, she'll chase it down the ice, but she shot a wee bit too early as an icing call is charged against the Eastern Icebreakers. Lined up for the face-off here is Julia McDonald, and for the Icebreakers, Rachel Hopkins. That's won by McDonald. But here comes Stride in the red and white jersey for the Icebreakers, but she is pushed over and down by defender Sarah Fraser. Fraser still has the puck. Thought she had a pass made out, but that one will skip all the way back to the opposing blue line, where it's taken away again by the Newfoundland reps from Eastern. Hopkins had the puck for a moment there, and is skipped on net by Katie Parsons. She gets it in on net, and looks like we're gonna have a penalty call. To somebody, and it is against the Northern Subway Selects. It's a tripping call against Sarah Fraser. Fraser will go to the box for 2 minutes, and the Eastern Icebreakers get their first power play opportunity of the afternoon. After seeing that last game, you know how early getting some offensive noise going can be, how important that is. They could really use it here as they are on the power play. That puck starts up with Haley Ryan. Goes all the way back down the ice. Good pressure here as Sarah Stewart and Brooke Thompson play the penalty kill for the Northern Subway Selects, not only chipping in offensively, but being leaders and picking up all the slack everywhere on all the special teams and everything. Fleet drops it off for Kitchen. Kitchen goes over to the boards. It was Thistle waiting for the puck, but Holly Thistle could not handle it, and it goes back on over to the defender, Holly Thistle. That's dumped back in by Myraid McPherson, helping out on this Northern Subway Selects penalty kill. And both defense, including McPherson, will change up there. But it's held in the zone here. The Selects not letting up. Oh, a good shimmy shake there by one player. It was Jalen Langill, who had the puck for a few moments and tried to break the ankles of 2, maybe 3 Icebreakers, and she's gonna have it again. Langill breaks in, she's knocked down, there's no call, the spin pass. She pulled the spinorama on her knees and threw it off the pads of Darian Harris. What a goal that would have been, but it was enough to finish killing a minute 30 of penalty kill time, as there's now 20 seconds left in this Eastern power play. It's caught in the skates of Butler. Nobody can find it, not even Emily Stride, who accompanies her in the battle at the northern blue line. And it comes back the other way. Kenzie Greencorn cutting around from the tight angle. The shot hits the side of the net. Brought back out by Emily White. One last power play opportunity as Sarah Fraser leaves the box. We're back to even strength. 4 minutes left on the clock in the opening frame of Game 2 of this round robin at the 2022 Atlantic Women's U18 Hockey Championships. 2-0 is the score for the Northern Subway Selects, taking on the Eastern Icebreakers. Only 4 or 5 games in their season. But yet again, they're putting up an excellent battle against one team that has lost just twice this year in the Northern Subway Selects. But the Selects have had most of the pressure. It's brought on down. Dancing with that puck down low is Ella Clark. Clark's shot is deflected off a stick and back over. And the spinorama attempt from Kenzie Greencorn goes nowhere as an icebreaker slaps it away. One player is knocked down with a relatively high rub out. But no call and no harm done from that. Rimmed up along the boards, and it's too much power for Myrene McPherson on defense to hold on to. Oh, a deceptive play by Sarah Fraser, and she'll take it herself into the slot. Went for the deke, but the puck slipped off her stick, and that bounces back to Brooke Thompson. Now the shot from Stewart, and that low attempt goes wide off a body. Maggie Bussey went for the clearing attempt there. Needs help from some teammates. But Sarah Stewart hangs on to that puck. It's a 3-on-0. The shot, pass back, scores! Olivia Marks buries her second of the game off a give and go with Brooke Thompson. And off the takeaway from Sarah Stewart, this line has been money. And they just scored their third of 3 goals in this period. It's 3-0 Northern. And again, how much more can you sugarcoat what this Olivia Marks, Brooke Thompson, Sarah Stewart line can do? Thompson, of course, second in team scoring after Sarah Stewart this regular season. 15 goals behind Stewart's 17 for 22 points. And Olivia Marks, of course, not far behind. She only had 3 goals on the regular season, but she's already up to 2 today. As the Subway Selects are looking to pull away relatively early in this game. 2 minutes left to play in this period. The Icebreakers hope to at least keep them off the board, keep it from becoming 4-0 before the first flood of this hockey game, but the Subway Selects keep the pressure on in. And Lily LeBlanc almost had that centering pass with not a player within a mile of her, but the pass missed her stick and goes the length of the ice behind Gabby Arsenault's net. And that bounces out front. It was the shot. He scores! And that bounced in somehow. It was a rebound attempt. Shot on Gabby Arsenault. Katie Persons had a few jabs on it there. And looks like Heidi Newbury has scored that one. And boy, if you need a big goal now, what a time to score it, as Heidi Newberry is finally able to solve Gabby Arsenault in the Selects net. And the lead has been cut back down to 2 after that one. It is 3-1 Northern. A big goal here with about 80 seconds to play in this period. Northern almost went back down the other way as the Eastern defender couldn't hang on to that puck along the blue line. Sarah Fraser looks to start out that breakout. Josie Dunn keeps it spinning up along the wall as Erin McNeil is in pursuit for the Subway Selects. That's off a stick, but it's immediately taken away, or at least given a complication of some sort. Skips back down to Katie Persons, who couldn't do much with it. And now here's an opportunity for Sarah Fraser. Fraser, been very involved offensively tonight. Dishes it back to Jalen Langill. Langill, yet again, sidesteps Hopkins. Langill tries to walk through with it, but Eastern steps out. And talk about a momentum boost for these Newfoundland and Labrador Travelers. Walking in with that, with 17 seconds left in the period, it's Holly Thistle. Thistle goes off for the change after that. Pardon me, Thistle is still on the ice, but the defense are all changed up as that line remains. Thistle at the blue line, 4 seconds left. We'll dump it in, and that will do it for the first 20 minutes of this game, the opening game for both the Northern Subway Selects and the Eastern Icebreakers. It is a heck of a performance so far for Olivia Marks, Sarah Stewart, and Brooke Thompson. Marks with 2 of the Selects' 3 goals, who jumped out to a 3-0 lead, but a big goal late in the period from Heidi Newberry cuts the lead back to 2. It is a 3-1 hockey game after 20 here in Tyne Valley.
Would like to extend our appreciation to the Atlantic franchise, Hockey PEI, Hockey New Brunswick, Hockey Newfoundland and Labrador, and Hockey Nova Scotia. Back to the ice from the second period. Team Newfoundland and Team Nova Scotia.
Hello and welcome back for the second period in the second game of this round robin portion of the 2022 Atlantic Female Under 18 Hockey Championships here in Tyne Valley, Prince Edward Island. Right now, the Northern Subway selects the might, the beast, the class of Nova Scotia is up to a 3-1 lead, all off the sticks of either Olivia Marks or Sarah Stewart, two line mates, along with Brooke Thompson, wrecking havoc in Eastern Icebreakers' end right now. But one off the stick of Heidi Newbury is keeping this one interesting. That goal, that Newbury goal, is just in 31 games, including this game that Northern has played this year, only the 27th they have given up this season. Just to put into perspective the dominance they have shown all year long. Of course, they are 22-2 in the regular season and are running on an undefeated playoff campaign right now. This game 7 of their playoffs. They swept both best of 5 series in 3 games back home in the the blue and white province. And she scores. Just like that, Brooke Thompson is the third of her line mates to cash in, beating Darian Harris on the glove side. It took the Northern Subway Selects just 40 seconds to restore their 3-goal lead. And it is 4-1 for the Nova Scotia champs. You really cannot talk about the performance of this line enough. Of course, Thompson had 15 goals this season, plus a number of goals in the playoffs. And the Selects score again. At 19:07, 53 seconds into the period, 13 seconds after Brooke Thompson's goal, the teams are just going to skate back to center ice. I think Megan Smith had that one. The play went by so fast, but it was a heck of a move on the forehand, backhand, making the Icebreakers defense look silly, and they're back in there again. All over them. What a start to this period for the Selects. Looked like a close game hitting in, but they broke it open. I'm sure I'm not the only one for a bit of a loss for words at this quick Northern Subway Select start, but could anyone really be surprised with what this team has done this year? This is only another feather in the cap for this team. 2 goals in the period's first 53 seconds. Darian Harris scoops up an easy wrister there, but now the Eastern Icebreakers find themselves in a 4-goal, 5-1 hole. Face-off is one on back to the Subway Selects end. The Selects pick it up. Here's a shot from Fraser. That hit a body out front, perhaps her own teammate. And it trickles on over to the corner. Ellie Clark headed for a second. Had to spin it back to her own defenseman, Josie Dunn. And it goes up the wall. And now it's a 2-on-1 for the Icebreakers. The pass goes to Abby Fleet. Here's the shot. And it is scooped up and corralled by Gabby Arsenault as Brooklyn Kitchen also joined the rush there. It was Fleet holding on to the shot, but not converting. The face-off will be off to Arsenault's left. The face-off is won by the Icebreakers, the Eastern Icebreakers. Thistle had the puck, but the play went offside on the Eastern end. Now going for a rush up the ice here is Josie Dunn. Dunn, the long-range shot, and backing up into her net is Darian Harris, who absorbs it in the breadbasket. 17:37 here in the second period. Already, the Northern Subway Selects have scored twice. First, it was Brooke Thompson joining the fun with the rest of her line mates, beating Harris glove side, and following that up with a heck of a forehand-backhand move was Megan Smith, showing off her dangles and extending this lead to 5-1 for the Subway Selects. Now the Selects are caught a bit up in their own zone as Marks is in back there to help out. That top line is out again. They started both periods on the ice. They started the first and, of course, had that opening goal in the second period as well. Myraid McPherson started the breakout, but that puck is intercepted by the Icebreakers briefly. It's a bit of hot potato here in the neutral zone as each team tries to get something going, and now it looks like the Subway Selects have something as Bree McPherson takes it into the zone, but as she crosses over the blue line, it is again taken away by the Icebreakers. But McPherson jumps back it up again. She's taken it himself on the 2-on-1. The shot bounces over, high over the net to Brooke Thompson. Thompson skating in on around the blue line, right at the perimeter of the offensive zone. Here's the wrister, the fake wrister rather, looking for Sarah Stewart on the centering pass, but that gets nowhere. A battle ensues to the right of Darian Harris, behind her net. It's in the corner now. It's a mini 2-on-2, a practice battle-like drill. Teams are playing slocky, slapping at the puck. It's poked away, and the Subway Selects came out with it for a second. Pass goes back to Lily LeBlanc, but she ran out of real estate before she could get the shot off. But here's the play by Stewart. No one saw her coming, and it bounced back out again. And before the Subway Selects could get another shot in, that puck is cleared out by the Eastern Icebreakers, who get a change. They were desperate for one, but will it be timely? The defender, Amber Cole, holds off any danger on a very tough change for the Eastern Icebreakers as they had to go on the long change, of course, in the second period. And it's a great transition back the other way for the Subway Selects. And they almost got away with it there. A near holding, but no call. Jalen Langill tries to bring it back in. Tripped up a little bit, got shaken up there on a bit of a hook from an opponent. But she's going to go right back in the zone and pick it off again. Really good backhand, forward, backward skating transition as her teammate fires it high over the net. That was Sarah Fraser with the shot who missed. And it's back the other way for the Icebreakers. Got it caught up there was Julia Butler in her own teammate's feet. Of course, Newbury has the Icebreakers goal late in that first period, under 2 minutes left. And now coming in with the puck now are the Subway Selects. Centering that pass was Kenzie Greencorn, but that could not be held on by her teammate, who had quite a bit of room in front. Eastern stalling a few generation chances at their own blue line. Anything from generating. Now Fraser brings it back in. Nice drop pass. Here's the shot from Clark, and that bounces wide. And now back the other way. This might be an odd person rush. Here is Fleece with the shot. And that one is wristed wide as Abby Fleet couldn't get around that defender. And now coming back the other way, it's a breakaway for Julie McDonald. McDonald in, backhand, scores! Julia McDonald pulls a carbon copy move to teammate Megan Smith just minutes ago. And at 13:50 of the second period, the Northern Subway Selects are now up 6-1. The Northern Subway Selects have really leaned on their skating and their speed this afternoon. And before I say anything more, here comes another rush the other way. We know how quick everybody has been scoring on one another. Of course, those early goals this period. Sarah Stewart tried to spin around and finesse an Icebreaker, but nothing to come out of that. Brooke Thompson will meet the icebreaker opponent on the other side. Stewart looking to buy some time, spins off a player. Olivia Marks now gets a shot with it. Stewart forces it back. Brooke Thompson over to the point. Now Thompson will let one go from the dot, and it can't be found. It was a bit of a scurry in the blue paint, but that's cleared on out the side. Now can Eastern get it out? They will. But back in plenty of time is Olivia Marks, who then relays it to Bree McPherson. Now coming in is Captain Sarah Stewart. Stewart in tight, she scores! Oh my goodness. Sarah Stewart with a heck of a goal, chipping it over the shoulder of Darian Harrison net. And just, that is basically Sarah Stewart doing Sarah Stewart things. She definitely has an assist or two on the night. The numbers I don't have available, but she's up to, in less than 3 games, 13 points scored. And that will do it for Darian Harris in this game after giving up 7 goals. Haley Bennett is now in goal for the Eastern Icebreakers. 27.5 minutes into the game, and the Subway Selects have scored 6+ goals for the 3rd consecutive matchup. Of course, they scored 6 goals on 2 occasions in the Nova Scotia final. And they do it again here against the Newfoundland and Labrador champs. Haley Bennett made her first save of the evening there. A weak wrister that is easily knocked away on the waffle board. The pass got away from stride of Eastern and is dumped in back in as one player gets tied up and falls down a few times from the Northern team. A little bit of time to work with for the Icebreakers, but not enough. Julia McDonald swings it back in, hitting teammate Kenzie Greencorn, going back the other way. Greencorn from the tight angle, tried to catch Bennett off guard there. It was Ellie Clark jamming away from it, but it does not get by her as she makes a big save on the cross crease attempt. Face-off will be to Bennett's left. Taking that draw appears to be Julia Butler, who lost it to Julia McDonald, taking it on the other end. Now walking back with the shot off the post was Josie Dunn. A rocket of a wrist shot from near the top of the circle, and now hits the pass. Here's the spin pass back. That's caught in the crowd. It's a scramble in front of the goal, but gets away with no harm. Here's another scramble attempt. Swing that puck in front was Greencorn. And that puck is knocked down with the high stick briefly, but the Icebreakers lost it, so the Selects still have it deep in Icebreakers territory. That puck goes back to Fraser on the point, but she couldn't hang on. Pressured heavily by Maggie Bussey of Eastern. Now for Northern, Fraser's gonna take it herself. Nice play, and wrist it on net, but couldn't catch Bennett off guard with that one. 10:51 here in the second period, just about halfway through this hockey game. It is 7 for the Nova Scotia champions, the Northern Subway Selects, while the Eastern Icebreakers can only put up 1 so far in this game. Sarah Stewart is able to win the draw. Back to Marks momentarily. Now here's the shot from a really tight angle over to Stewart again. And the Icebreakers get it far out enough, but holding that line once more was Myrene McPherson. McPherson holding that line with Thompson and Stewart banging away down low toward the half wall of the Eastern end. But now Eastern will come back the other way. Abby Fleet tried to cut in around, but couldn't evade the forward check, the back check rather, of Sarah Stewart. Bree McPherson goes up the ice. Stewart looked for the no-look pass to Thompson to her right, but couldn't hit it. Now the dump in from Brooklyn Kitchen. That line for Eastern will change up. Down low in their other end, Brooke Thompson tried to get the breakout going. Bree McPherson will try her hand at quarterbacking this pass out of danger. And now it's up to Thompson to Stewart. Stewart accompanied by Marks on the far side. Stewart, not a lot of room on the half wall toward the hash marks on the boards to Haley Bennett's left in net. Not a lot of movement in the puck right now. Lily LeBlanc coming out to help Stewart, her teammate, with the frozen puck. But the play will be whistled dead. This live stream is brought to you by Township Chevrolet, PEI's #1 dealership. The face-off will go outside. Sarah Stewart of Northern is charged with freezing that puck. Going right after it, though, is Megan Smith for the Subway Selects. But instead, Avery Parsons holds her off. The defender, Avery Parsons, playing back there with Thistle, the captain. But the Selects take away the puck once more. Here comes Megan Smith. Oh, it was loose out front there for a second, but someone was hauled down. I think Rachel Hopkins grabbed somebody, the Eastern defender, and hauled her down as goalie Haley Bennett pounced on the loose puck in her crease. The face-off is taken by the Selects. Swinging right out front there, individual effort was Jalen Langill, and she still has the puck. She showed flashes of some impressive moves, but is yet to put up any points yet. But she's come really very close. She might have some before we're done. The shot out front by Erin McNeil is blocked for the Selects. And now a scrum ensues along the boards. But the Icebreakers buy some time, only briefly though. Swung back in front again. Here's the shot from the point, and that ripper from Gano is held and grabbed by Bennett. Just relentless pressure this period from Northern. Except for maybe 2 or 3 minutes there, all the play has been in the Eastern Icebreaker zone. Here's one of the few instances that has come out in this middle frame, as Fraser looked to swing it out on the first attempt, but instead Newbury gains possession beyond the net. Only for a second though. Back up the ice is Northern. Leading that charge is Ellie Clark. Clark still has the puck. That's a wrister in. Rebound on the backhand. It was Clark out front. Now all alone. Here's the shot in close from Josie Dunn. And the rebound after her shot and the ensuing one goes wide and is turned aside by Bennett. Bennett's been busy in her first 5 minutes of this hockey game, coming in relief of Darian Harris, and has held off this really energetic, dangerous Subway Selects offense. Face-off goes down to Gabby Arsenault's left, all the way back in the Northern zone. Now with the puck for Eastern is Abby Fleet. Held in for a second by Eastern. Now it's down back the other way. Taking that puck in is Ellie Clark. Clark is rubbed off the puck by Clara Fillier. And now Fraser of Northern tried to make a fancy move. Couldn't hang on though. She'll get some help. It's Sarah Stewart back out there. She has a couple today, looking for her third hat trick in as many games if she's able to bury one more. That last one in particular that chased Harris out of the Eastern net was one of the goals of the year for sure, going in short side and finding the impossible space. And now Stewart looked for the centering pass out front for her teammate Olivia Marks, who also has 2 of her own today. Marks drops it off for Fraser. Fraser steps around, finds a little bit of space. Wide open pass, the shot, and all alone there was Olivia Marks, but she couldn't solve Haley Bennett on that play. The Selects keep it in though. Here's the wrister from Thompson. Thompson's shot is knocked aside as there's a change, and going off there quickly was Ellie Clark, but not quick enough. The puck hits her skating off, and the Selects will be dinged with the too many players on the ice call. The Eastern Icebreakers are going to their second power play of the afternoon. Not successful on their first. They could really use a goal now, down by 7. But nonetheless, still 26 minutes of play left. All-important face-off win for back to Mairead McPherson of the Selects, who makes no mistake sending it 200 feet to the other end on this penalty kill for Northern. High hit there on Sarah Stewart. Stewart on this first unit with Brooke Thompson on the penalty kill. Going back the other way, she'll lay the heavy lumber to fellow captain of the other team, Holly Thistle, and drags down Thistle. Thistle still makes the play beyond the net, but nobody is home from the Icebreakers. With that stick in there, handing that out was Thompson, and she's able to force it over the blue line and back out the center ice. Sticked aside by Stewart. Kitchen throws it toward her own bench, where her teammate was waiting. Now in alone with it for a moment was Julia Butler, but she was not there quick enough. Now Hopkins at the top of the circle. That shot rolls wide. Arsenault doesn't have to do anything there, as the puck is cleared by the Subway Selects. That time Bree McPherson sends it down right on to Haley Bennett as both teams complete changes. Way down at the other end, going for the stretch pass, Emily Stride waited, but all over her was Ava Gannot. Gannot breaks that up. Lily LeBlanc dumped it again back in to the Icebreakers' end. Icebreakers struggling to establish control in the Subway Selects end since that first clear. They might have something here though. Butler had it for a second. It was knocked away. Jalen Langill here on this next penalty kill unit for Northern. Keeping it in low. And now back up around. Now Ava Gannot has a ton of time to work with. Over D to D to Jalen Langill. And now this time coming up with the puck is Lily LeBlanc. LeBlanc on her own is sticked by a good back check from Haley Ryan. LeBlanc still has the puck and is going to throw it toward the net. The players lost it for a moment. Now spinning around is Julia McDonald. McDonald gets it back in the corner as the penalty expires. So the Eastern power play falls to 0 for 2 today as she scores. The point shot went through and it appeared to get away from Haley Bennett and net, and she concedes her first. As I think Julia McDonald was involved in the play somehow, but I didn't quite see myself. They'll announce here who got the final stick on it. Of course, classy for the Subway Selects not to do the flyby after every goal. It is good sportsmanship. But the advantage about the flyby, from my perspective, is to get a final look at who scored the goal. But we'll know here in a second from the public address here in Tyne Valley. But the message remains the same here as the Subway Selects now jump to an 8-1 lead. And it was Julie McDonald tapping in that rebound on Haley Bennett to extend that lead to 7 for the Nova Scotia champions. 3 minutes left in this period, and this one is in blowout territory as we speak. Lots of time left as the Selects have now scored 5 goals this period, starting with 2 in the first 53 seconds of this frame. So if they can score 5, as they say, anyone can score 5. Julia Butler tried to put it on net, but that one sailed wide, and that's a one and done as Thompson is back out for it with the Selects. It's a 2-on-0 now. Thompson all the way. She scores! Brooke Thompson with her second of the afternoon. the entire top line of Stewart, Thompson, and Marks have scored 2 apiece. And with that breakaway tally and blades of fire, that led her to go on a heck of a coast-to-coast rush, has made this game 9-1 for the Northern Subway Selects, with 2:26 still in the second period here. Sarah Stewart was talking to the official there. It may be about who was credited with the score. Of course, Thompson put that one in, but whether it's a scoring change from another goal or who touched the puck last in that goal, but on my end, that's just speculation. It is a 9-1 game with the Subway Selects showing their wrath and giving no mercy to the Eastern Icebreakers of Newfoundland. Icebreakers showed signs of life in this first period, but have had a really tough time keeping up with the longevity and the talent of the Selects in this middle frame. And that shot is swallowed up by Bennett. Another interesting stat from this Subway Selects team, one of their assistant coaches, the head coach is Craig Clark, but their assistant coach, one of them is Ron Turnbull. The Turnbull name may sound familiar. That is because he is the father of Olympic gold medalist from the Canadian national women's hockey team, Blair Turnbull. Of course, we remember, among many highlights, Turnbull as head with the national team when she was injured in the final of the World Championships last summer against the United States and came out triumphantly on the stretcher to celebrate with her teammates. Of course, she was plenty healthy to help Canada recapture their first gold in the women's hockey Olympic competition since 2014. But of course, Blair is from the New Glasgow Pictou area, and Ron is here this weekend to help take home a title of his own back to the Pictou County, northern Nova Scotia area. And right now the Selects look like they are on their way to doing that, as it's just been sheer dominance from wire to wire thus far. Of course, we're not at the second wire yet. This game's not over yet. A minute to play in this period, but up by 9. It can't be looking any better than that in game 1 for the Northern Subway Selects. Dancing with that puck was Kenzie Greencorn, who got the pass back to her defenders, but that one is a bit too tricky to corral. 2 players collide behind the play. No hard feelings between them by the looks of things. But the Subway Selects have 24 seconds. They'll try and tap in another one. Julia McDonald and Ellie Clark down on the rush. McDonald has the latest goal, the 9th, or the second latest goal, as Brooke Thompson scored quickly after that one. And that's tapped in, no icing on the play, and that will do it for the second period here in the second round robin game. The Northern Subway Selects are in command once more, this time with 6 goals in the period, starting with 2 in the first minute, and they find themselves leading 9-1 over the Eastern Icebreakers of Newfoundland and Labrador. But there's still 20 minutes to play, and this one isn't over yet, so stay tuned. We'll be back after the flood.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to draw for 50-50. I guess they've already drawn. Here is the winning ticket number in this afternoon's draw. $214, I believe, and 50 cents.
Hello and welcome back to the third and final period of the second round robin game between the Nova Scotia champions, the Northern Subway Selects, and the Newfoundland and Labrador champs, the Eastern Icebreakers. This live stream is brought to you by Township Chevrolet, PEI's #1 dealership. And of course, we have tons and tons of sponsors that have sponsored other areas of the tournament that we cannot thank enough this weekend. So right now the score is, although the scoreboard says 8-1, it is north of 8-1, it is 9-1. And as per tournament rule, when there is a 7-goal difference or more in the third period, then there is run time from 20 minutes, which means when the whistle goes, the clock will not stop, the clock will keep running. However, if the Eastern Icebreakers were to score 2 goals as to make it a 9-3 game and a 6-goal difference, then it would go back to stop time. But that burden lies with the Icebreakers. But as for now, this period will start in run time. The referees and the scorekeeper appear to be fleshing out those details as well. There's a lot of talk about that during the second intermission, about how the game would proceed or even what score it was. But with the most recent goal off the stick of Brooke Thompson on that breakaway, with about 5 minutes left in the most recent period, that was the 9th for the Subway Selects, scoring 6+ goals for the third consecutive game. And heck, what a way to open your provincial tournament. Atlantic tournament, I mean. They also won their provincial playoffs quite convincingly. And with that convincing performance, the convincing performance today and in the playoffs, they are on a 17-game winning streak dating back to October 17th of last year, the most recent October 17th. They last lost by a score of 2-1 to the East Hants Penguins all the way back in October. Since then, they have not dropped a game. The only other time this team lost this year was at the mercy of the Cape Breton Lynx, who beat them 3-2 in Member 2 in September 26th. So it's been a while since the Subway Selects team has dropped any games. Still a bit of a delay here to open the period. One of the coaches is talking with the officials in the box too, along with the scorekeeper who is down there. Both teams getting a quick meeting going. And for the rest of us, including the fans, we hang around and have a chat and take a quick drink of water before the puck is dropped again for the third period. And I think that's what I'll do right quickly before they come on back out to the ice. I'll be right back. And at last, welcome back. The puck is finally dropping here for the third period of this matchup between the Northern Subway Selects and the Eastern Icebreakers. There was a long delay there as the refs were deep in a discussion about something, and I believe that was what the rule is around what happens when there is a spread such as this one in the scoreboard where one team is up by 7 or more goals. One rule book said, that when a team is up by 7 or more goals, the clock does not stop during whistles, otherwise known as run time. But if it were to fall, and that's only in third period, if that were to fall back under that 7-goal spread, then the clock would stop again. So play has started. There are 20 minutes on the clock, so there's nothing special around that. As there is a breakaway from Brooke Thompson. That's how she scored her second goal. And that would have been her hat trick marker had she been able to beat Haley Bennett. But that is stopped. But as we were saying about the rules, there is a rule book that says there is run time after 7+ goals. But going off how the clock is running right now, that is not applying to this game. So there still is stop time, and it is business as usual for the time being anyway, here in this third period. So nothing is changing in the manner in which this game is being run. A lot of tournaments, of course, use that format, the mercy rule, as you would call it, format. But being in an Atlantic's tournament such as this one, perhaps it is just as fine to leave things the way they are and let these two teams battle it out until the end, no matter the score. As the puck bounces on up to Lily LeBlanc, of the Northern Selects, but that shot is blocked in front. Now sprung away is Stride. Stride took it away at the blue line for the Eastern Icebreakers, and will take it right to the boards as she's pressured by an opponent. Now it's a tie-up. It's a crowd of about 5 players in front of the scorekeeper's booth. And the Subway Selects come away with the puck. It's a cross-ice pass to Erin McNeil, but she'll just tip it in. And it is deflected back in the zone as both teams change. Along with the puck beyond the net is Julia McDonald. McDonald goes up top for Sarah Fraser. Fraser takes it into the end herself and spins it back up to her teammate. There for a moment was Kenzie Greencorn. Now it's passed in front. Alone with the puck was McDonald, but she couldn't get the shot off in time. McDonald shovels it back over to Fraser at the point. She's going to go D to D. Now here's the pass back to that side, intended for McDonald, but she couldn't hang on. In there hard with the pressure is Julia Butler, the defender for the Eastern Icebreakers, but she couldn't get it out. And now the puck comes right at the feet of Haley Bennett, and she is able to jump on it before the Subway Selects pull it away. That brings us 2 minutes and 46 seconds into the third and final frame of this hockey game. Unless, of course, Eastern pulls off the craziest comeback of all time. Oh, and she ran into the referee, I believe, there. It was Butler going up to clear the puck and skate around the net. But the official got caught up there, and it went off the side of the cage, and it got caught up in the netting for a second. The Subway Selects held on to it after that. And now Eastern's Clara Fillier will be forced to shoot it the length of the ice and draw the icing call. This live stream is brought to you by Township Chevrolet, PEI's #1 dealership. It's a highly contested face-off there between Haley Ryan and, Brooke Thompson. The Subway Selects are able to maintain that puck in the offensive zone, which they have done for well over 85% of this game if I had to eyeball it. They've had the puck on their sticks a lot, and they've had it in and around the Icebreakers net a lot. And someone, I think it was Olivia Marks, drew it out from under Haley Bennett, but the referee lost sight, and Bennett will get the whistle, much to the fortune of this Icebreakers team. Another not as wild but interesting stat from the season that has been the Northern Subway Selects in 2021-22. They're the only team in the Maritime Major Female Hockey League to not tie this season. They have not found themselves in a situation this year. They've played lots of one-goal games, but they've never been tied or forced into a game where overtime or a shootout was required, not even in the playoffs. In contrast, it's not like ties aren't a common thing in this league, which is comprised of the best in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. The Halifax Western Capitals, who missed the playoffs or were eliminated from the playoffs by the Subway Selects, tied 7 times this year. So it's a tale of two teams, as Olivia Marks comes so close to her hat-trick goal. A number of players on this team, all on the same line, of course, pushing for that third goal, and they want it bad. One might argue it is sportsmanship to ease up on the scoring a little bit, but on the other hand, in a tournament like this, it's hard as a coach to tell your scorers to not score. Playing a couple of tough teams tomorrow, rather, is Nova Scotia. They start off with the Western Wind tomorrow at 1 p.m. here in Tyne Valley. And they actually play their 2 games on Saturday rather than 2 games tomorrow, where on Saturday the Subway Selects play the Edza West Reds from New Brunswick, who won earlier today. And then Nova Scotia plays the final game of the round robin against PEI's Central Storm. Newfoundland, on the other hand, after this one, they'll have to get up bright and early to play the Central Storm at 10 a.m. local time. All these games, of course, broadcast right here on the Tyne Valley Live Events channel in our coverage of the 2022 Atlantic U18 Female Hockey Championships. The final, of course, is Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. local Atlantic time, with the bronze medal that morning at 9 a.m. And right now, the Northern Subway Selects are playing in a manner where they are destined to, given the season, not only this game, but the season, to take part in that gold medal game, as Haley Bennett covers up. 13:52 left to play in the stop time third period. The Selects are yet to score this period after scoring 6 in the second and 3 in the first. They scored early and often, well earlier in the second period than they did in the third, as they haven't scored this period. They scored 2 goals 13 seconds apart in the first 53 seconds. Sorry for throwing all the numbers at you in that second period. To go up 5-0 at the time, 5-1 at the time, and now it is 9-1. And Haley Bennett right now is playing to prevent that from becoming 10-1, as she denies Kenzie Greencorn at the goal mouth. Greencorn out there on a line with Julia McDonald, who has another one of the Subway Selects goals this afternoon. And rounding out that line is Ellie Clark, as the backhand comes from Greencorn. But Northern maintains it in the zone. Stepping in is now Clark. Clark with the wrister. That goes off a stick and trickles wide. Now rung on up the boards and fought out by Fillier down the ice for an icing call against Eastern. And the winner of this tournament, which the Subway Selects have likely been thinking a ton about lately, will earn that trip to Okotoks, Alberta, which is a half-hour drive south of Calgary, a small town, much like Tyne Valley. Maybe probably a bit bigger than Tyne Valley, but not much of a difference there in essence, as that is where the SO Cup, the National U18 Female Hockey Championships, will be held this year. The date is May 16th to 22nd. It's a tournament that has also been canceled twice as a result of events in the COVID sphere dating way back to March 2020. We all remember those early days of COVID when everything shut down and the world closed. Hopefully this tournament is a sign things are back to normal for good. PEI here, masks are still required. There are a lot of masks around the rinks, unlike the other 3 Atlantic provinces. Only Quebec, PEI, and Nunavut in Canada have a mask mandate. PEI intending to leave theirs in place until at least the end of the month, much like Quebec. But in Okotoks, the home of the SO Cup, that's hosted by the Prince Albert Bears. The tournament was originally supposed to be in Prince Albert, but with the Omicron wave pushing everything back, Hockey Canada decided to move it to a neutral site. At the same time, the TELUS Cup, which is the national championship for the men's U18 hockey competition nationwide, will be held at the same facilities at the same time in Alberta. And there will be a lot of Hockey Canada action in Alberta over the next few months. The Gretzky Holinka tournament being held there in early August, with the rescheduled World Junior Championships also taking place this coming August in Edmonton. The Holinka Gretzky Cup will be held in Red Deer after the World Junior Hockey Championships were canceled 4 days in this past holiday season. And around that time, Hockey Canada made a bunch of announcements with the movements of the SO and TELUS Cups, among them moving to Okotoks, Alberta. 10:37 to play here in this third period between the Northern Subway Selects and the Eastern Icebreakers. It's a 9-1 game. All of the Subway Selects top players on their top line, Olivia Marks, Brooke Thompson, and captain Sarah Stewart, all with 2 goals apiece this game. And that puck is tipped in out front. Fighting hard for it and wrapping around is Kenzie Greencorn. Helping her out there is line mate McDonald. Lily LeBlanc down there on the pinch, and she'll throw the puck on net. And Haley Bennett is keeping her perfect period going, and it hasn't come from a lack of chances. The Subway Selects have spent virtually all of this period and last in the Eastern Icebreakers end. As you might be able to tell by the scoreboard, I can tell you this much, there are a lot of shots. There's no shot clock here that the spectators or myself can view here in Tyne Valley. So I am unable to fill you in that corner, but the scoreboard likely says enough at this point. But there's still just under 10 minutes to play. We're going to get a penalty against the Eastern Icebreakers there. There's a bit of a dilemma behind Eastern. That is going to be an interference call, and the guilty party looks to be defender Julia Butler, as the Subway Selects will head to their second power play of the afternoon. That first power play came all the way back in the first period. It's been a little bit, but they've played like they've had the power play. The Selects have been that impressive this afternoon. As the puck goes behind the net for Thompson. Thompson walks out. It's going to hit Myrain McPherson. Back to Thompson. The shot, that hits a stick. It was broken up and it sails high over Haley Bennett's shoulder and is cleared down the ice by Rachel Hopkins. Quarterbacking this power play against Myrain McPherson. Sarah Stewart is back there to help. Hits that outless pass, goes bang, bang from Thompson to Merckx. Merckx walks through with a move, shoots, and it's gloved away by Bennett. We've seen many a breakaway this afternoon. A couple of them coming from Merckx and line mate Thompson. And here's the pass out front. A bit of a tic-tac goal attempt there. And Sarah Stewart makes a spin move, cuts out front. The shot is kicked away by Bennett. Again, we're 1 minute of this power play, 1 to go. The hard point shot from McPherson is padded away again to Bennett's right. McPherson gets it back in the exact same spot. Waiting there, he's going to find Merckx. Caught in Thistle's feet. Holly Thistle there, the Eastern captain, was tied up. And it falls back to McPherson again, who shoots it high and into the trapper of Bennett. Don't forget to tune in later tonight at 7:30 p.m. following a brief opening ceremony for the tournament, where the Edzra West Reds of New Brunswick will take on, in their second game of the day, the host and PEI champs Western Wind, who will be playing their first game of the tournament. The Wind plays twice tomorrow, including the late game. In tomorrow's late game, they play island rivals Central Storm, a team they played 24 times this season in the two-team PEI U18 AAA Female Hockey League. There's been discussion about the PEI teams joining the MMFHL along with the New Brunswick and Nova Scotia teams, but obviously COVID has played a part in delaying that from happening anytime soon. Whether it does happen anytime soon or not, COVID has interrupted many things, and that's been one of them, as these teams look to amalgamate into a central league throughout the Maritimes in the near future. That clearing attempt from Butler goes off the official skates, and the Selects hold it in the zone again. The shot from the point off the stick of LeBlanc hits the side of the net. Digging in there deep is Megan Smith. Smith finds Gano on the point. Gano in with the pinch, but the puck gets out as that was not enough. Both teams will go for a change. Just under the 7-minute mark here in the third frame. Still a 9-1 game as the Subway Selects lead by a whopping 8-goal margin. But they haven't scored yet this period, as the Icebreakers tried to bang away there in front of the net. Katie Parsons picked up an assist on the lone Icebreakers goal. That was scored by Heidi Newbury. But they have been unable to come close to a second since. Here's a shot, she scores! Josie Dunn has shown all afternoon that she has a hard, dangerous shot. And with the traffic provided by teammates such as Ellie Clark and Kenzie Greencorn in front, that one goes through Haley Bennett. And the Selects extend their lead to 10-1, up by 9. They'll go right back down to the same zone. Ellie Clark has it, and it's sticked away. Now transitioning is Kenzie Greencorn. Lots of space, and that bounces up in the air, but that's gloved down by Bennett. Dunn dumps it back in. Eastern will transition back the other way. Brooklyn Kitchen looking to make some noise, but she is outworked by Sarah Fraser of the Selects. Now back the other way is the outlet pass from Ellie Clark. She goes cross ice. She hits Julia McDonald. McDonald is going to spin at the half wall, but she's surrounded by a trio of Eastern Icebreakers. Nonetheless, her team gets it back. Greencorn takes it into a battle along with teammate Ellie Clark. She's in there with a pair of Newfoundland defenders. Eastern dumps it down and they'll get a change. And now the Slugs will make a change themselves with 4:55 left in this period. Again, Nova Scotia doesn't have to play again till 1 o'clock tomorrow, where they take on the host Western Wind. And they only have one game tomorrow as well. They don't face a tough schedule that the Eastern Icebreakers will have, as they play twice tomorrow. First against the Central Storm in the morning, and then later in the day against the EDSA West Reds. Now come down the ice here, Sarah Stewart alone for the hat trick. She beats out 3 players. The backhand is held by Bennett. Oh, what a way that would have been to get another hat trick. Sarah Stewart is a breakaway machine, and she showed it there. Looked a lot like that play in Sidney Crosby's rookie NHL season when he sniped after being surrounded by 4 Habs defensemen. That time Sarah Stewart walked around, and someone else did the same there. That was Jalen Langell. She showed lots of flashes of skill this afternoon, as this is a very, very skilled Subway Selects team. Very fast, very skilled, very dominant, and very smart. They've showed all of that this afternoon. 3.5 minutes from extending this winning streak to 18, again dating back to October 2021. Butler for Eastern has the puck. And that's another thing, that forecheck from the Northern Subway Selects has not afforded anybody time. Always 2 players there right behind the net. And that sticked away briefly, but now brought on back, and Eastern will get it out. Coming up on the rush looked to be Julia Butler just for a moment there. And then coming in behind her was Katie Parsons, but she went offside. Face-offs won by Northern. Fraser had it briefly there. And that's knocked down as Eastern looked to make a play, and that's right onto the stick of Kenzie Greencorn. Greencorn walks in. That's blocked in front. Great block by Haley Ryan on defense. Ryan couldn't get that clear going, and that's going to go back across the ice to the lone goal scorer this period, Josie Dunn, who threw a wrister through a crowd, and the only one to beat Haley Bennett here in the last 20-plus minutes of play this afternoon. Cross ice again for Greencorn. Greencorn very involved this period, as these top 2 lines for the Subway Selects have just been buzzing since the start of that second period. They had a great first period as well, but it was really a turning point after those 2 early goals in the second period that really put this goal away about 40 minutes sooner. Julia McDonald leads the rush in the other end, but Hopkins is all over her. She's pinned along the boards, and she's going to dump her right in front of the net. And the ref, no calls there. Officials likely looking to run out the clock. Minute 36 left, so less than 100 seconds. Not a ton of chippiness this period. They've been playing hard, but much like the other game with EDSA West and Central, the sportsmanship has been remarkable between every team that's been here. Everybody is happy to be back at these Atlantic Championships for the first time since 2019. And that's knocked in front, and waiting right there on the doorstep was Marks. Again, looking for that hat trick. All the line mates have 2 goals. Thompson, Marks, and Stewart. Nova Scotia, of course, winning the last 2 Atlantic Championships. The Halifax Fire took the last ones in 2019, and this Northern Subway Selects team won in 2018. Before that, the Mid-Isle Wildcats from PEI, who didn't field a team this year, or ice a team this year, I should say, in the context of hockey. They won the Atlantic Championships in 2017. Metro Boston Pizza won in 2016. And the Moncton Rockets won the 2015 title. And the highest finish of anyone nationally in that span was 5th place. And someone finally has the hat trick. It's Brooke Thompson breaking in on the 2-on-1 rush. And the clock will run out here as she put that into the net. The teams are going to call that a game. But it is a final of 11 for the Northern Subway Selects and 1 for the Eastern Icebreakers. Brooke Thompson with that one has the hat trick. And the Subway Selects dominate the entire game and put on a heck of a performance and put everybody on high alert here in Tyne Valley as they open their Atlantic Championship tournament in a dreamlike manner, and they have won their last 18. But mind you, remember, this doesn't mean the end of the road for a team like the Eastern Icebreakers, as the teams salute each other. In a round-robin tournament, they could still win their next 3 games and find themselves again in the final, perhaps against a team like the Subway Selects. So they may not have seen the last of each other yet. But now let's check in for the player of the game and most sportsmanlike player of the game announcements.
For the U18 Athletic Championship, Gerson will be presenting today's Player of the Game awards. First, from the visiting Nova Scotia Selects. The player of the game is number 16, George. Number 16, Avery Carson. Sorry about that, folks. We had the game backwards here. The winner of the player of the game was Sarah Stewart. Congratulations. The most sportsmanlike player for Nova Scotia goes to number 3, Olivia Marks.
Two big games for Sarah Stewart and Olivia Marks, earning Player of the Game's most sportsmanlike player of the game honors. And well-deserved for Haley Bennett as well, coming in relief cold halfway through the game and somewhat stopping that Subway Selects attack. And Darian Harris gets a shutout from the coaches as well. It hasn't been an easy game for her. But the team is behind her, as we can see. As not to discount the Eastern Icebreakers goaltending, as there was a really good attack on the other side from the venerable Northern Subway Selects. The Eastern Icebreakers are back in action tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. local against the Central Storm. The Subway Selects are right after that against the host Western Wind. The next game tonight will be the Wind versus the Edsa West Reds. The Reds playing their second game of the day. And the Wind, the PEI champions, opening their tournament at 7:30 local, or just under an hour and a half from now, with an opening ceremony coming before that. But for now, I'm Luke Diamond. Thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and hockey fans of all ages. My name is Sean Adams, and I will be your MC for this evening's opening ceremony. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the beautiful Cavendish Farmers Community Event Center here in Tyne Valley, PEI, and to the 2022 female U18 AAA and lower with both the boys and the girls teams. Lorna transferred to the Evangeline Minor Hockey Association, where she played from 1984 to 1986. During the 1983 season, she was the first girl goalie to play with the Hernwood Junior High School boys team. Lorna played in 12 Canadian national tournaments across Canada over the next 14 years. In 1987, Lorna played with the Cadet Transit Mixed Senior Women's Team, representing PEI at the Nationals for 3 consecutive years. In 1990, she was invited to training camp in Mississauga for the National Women's Hockey Team, and also that year represented Canada for the very first Women's World Tournament. From 1991 to 1995, Lorna traveled every weekend to play with Team New Brunswick, the Maritime Sports Blades, playing in Quebec, Ontario, and Alberta. Put your hands together and give a warm welcome to the Trinity Ambassador, Lorna McKenzie. Ladies and gentlemen, the first team, representing Hockey PEI and led by their flag bearer, Macy Rafferty. The Central Storm. Put your hands together and welcome. Representing Hockey Nova Scotia, the Northern Subway Selects, led by their flag bearer, Cody Williams. Representing Hockey Newfoundland, being led to the ice by their flag bearer, Darcy Robinson, the Eastern Icebreaker. Now let us welcome the 2 participating teams in tonight's game. First representing Hockey New Brunswick, and led by Spencer Robinson, the TNT Reds. And last, but definitely not least, led to the ice by their flag bearer, Olivia Noy. The host team in this year's Island Champions, the Western Winds. To officially open the 2022 female U18 AAA Atlantic Championships, please join me in welcoming the members of our official party. Representing the village of Tyne Valley, Mayor Jeff Noy. Representing Lennox Island First Nation, Chief Darlene Bernard. representing the province of PEI, Miss Trish Alton. This man needs no introductions in these parts. Representing Tyne Valley Minor Hockey, President Jared Caldwell. Representing Hockey Canada, Executive Director of Hockey PEI, Mr. Connor Cameron. And representing the hosting committee, Mr. Eric Morency. It is my pleasure to call upon Mayor Jeff Noy, representing the village of Tyne Valley, to bring greetings.
Geez, when the lights work, that's for sure. I want to welcome everybody to Tyne Valley. We've never been here before. We're very proud of our little village. We've accomplished a lot in the last 2 years. It's really hard to believe that 2 years ago we would have been standing in a pile of ash after the fire that burned our old barn. But now we have an amazing facility, hosted an amazing event, and I wish everybody the best of luck. Play hard, play fair, and have a great weekend.
I now ask the Chief Darlene Bernard from Lennox Island First Nation to say a few words.
I wrote a speech. Gwe and Upjalasi Adwetnawa. Hello and welcome fellow islanders and our guests. Ni Delising Salamau Darlene Bernard, Chief of Lennox Island First Nation. Well, Dasi, I am happy. I am very happy and pleased to be here with you all this evening. This rink is truly a jewel of our greater community, and I feel grateful that we are all able to gather here despite the huge setbacks such as the fire and of course COVID. It is remarkable how we have always been able to come together in times of need and rebuild even stronger than we were before, to see the progress we can make when we work together for common goals. Before we begin, I would like to briefly address a matter that has affected members of our communities and our neighbors deeply. Recently, there was an incident involving racism where a member of our community was called racial slurs in this ring. This is startling to me and frightening for those who are being bullied, and this is absolutely unacceptable. Racism has been an ongoing issue for such a long time in both sports and society. Unfortunately, these are learned behaviors, but these learned behaviors can be and must be unlearned. and to those who do their very best to make this community and environment a loving and wonderful place. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Well, now, without further ado, I would like to officially welcome the U18 Women's League to the unceded territorial people. Well, merci, thank you very much, and I wish you all a wonderful game. All my relations.
Thank you, Chief. I now call upon Ms. Trish Altus from the province of PEI to say a few words.
Hello, everyone. First, let me just say, Chief Bernard, thank you so much for your thoughtful comments this evening. It is always important to challenge inequality, to challenge racism, and to ensure we have inclusive communities. So I thank you for bringing that here tonight. It is an absolute pleasure and an honor to be here on behalf of the province of Prince Edward Island to welcome you all to the first major tournament in our new rink in Tyne Valley. I often think back to the day when, the day after actually, the rink burned here in Tyne Valley, and I was in this community speaking with so many people who their first thing they said to me was, what do we do now? How do we build back? How do we get our rink back? What do we do? And that since that day, right after it happened, they didn't stop. This community did not stop until we had this beautiful, incredible facility that will bring joy and be a place for everybody to gather for years and years to come. So I want to thank and commend everybody in Tyne Valley who worked, everybody in the surrounding area, and everybody on this island who worked hard to make that happen. Thank you. I wish you all an incredibly successful tournament. Have fun this weekend, make memories, and play some hockey. Thanks, everyone.
Representing the Tyne Valley Minor Hockey Association, President Jared Caldwell.
Thank you, everybody. Chief Darlene.
That's what I thought.
Great words of wisdom. Definitely should have a place in 2022. And we definitely look forward to working together to come to a common ground. It's not acceptable. Welcome to this fantastic facility, everybody. As Jeff mentioned, 2 years ago, we were standing on ashes. Now look at this beautiful facility. One thing Tyne Valley Minor Hockey Association prides itself on is developing female hockey. So what a better way to kick off the opening of this new rink with the Atlantic Female Championship. Welcome, everybody. I hope you have a great time, make lots of friends, and leave it all on the ice.
It is my pleasure to call upon the Executive Director of Hockey PEI, representing Hockey Canada, Connor Cameron, to say a few words.
Thank you. I just want to say welcome to all the teams. Special thanks to the village of Tyne Valley and the whole committee. It's been a really hard 2 years. There's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that have gone into this beautiful facility. So I'd just like to say thank you for that. To the athletes and coaches, work hard, best of luck, and the best team win.
Thank you, Connor. Representing the host team and host committee, the head coach of the Western Winds, Mr. Eric Lowenstein.
Merci beaucoup. On va profiter de souhaiter la bienvenue en français. I know you're not used to that I speak French, but... Donc, on va souhaiter la bienvenue à tout le monde ici à l'île du Prince-Édouard, à Tyne Valley. C'est vraiment un plaisir de vous accueillir, tous les joueurs. Oui, il y a des francophones ici aussi à l'île. Donc, c'est vraiment plaisant de vous avoir ici. Mais encore une fois, on espère que les joueurs, les parents, tout le monde, ça allait profiter de la belle communauté ici. Comme ils l'ont expliqué, 2 ans passés, l'aréna était partie, puis maintenant on a une belle facilité ici. Donc bienvenue à tous, bon tournoi, puis on se voit durant la fin de semaine.
This weekend's tournament will certainly showcase the top teams in Atlantic Canada. The winner after second will proudly represent the Atlantic region at the 2022 National Female Hockey Championship in Prince Albert, Alberta for the Upper Cup. The National Championship will be held from May 16th including the 22nd. To officially kick off this year's championship, we would like to conduct the official puck drop. At this time, I would like to call upon the captain of the Western Wind, as well as the TNT Reds, to come forward to center ice. I would also like to call on the tournament ambassador, Lauren Kendrick, to drop the ceremonial first puck. And I believe you're going to have a special guest.
Holy sh! I don't want to swear with. I don't know if the mic's on. Yeah.
At this time, I ask you, please rise and lead to for tonight's singing of Old Canada. Singing Old Canada for us this evening is Lisa Fitzgerald.
True patriot love.
Thank you, Lisa. We look forward to a great weekend of hockey as the top female U18 AAA teams in the region seek to bring home the championship. Best of luck to all teams. Play hard and enjoy the experience. This concludes our opening ceremonies this evening. Thank you for joining us this evening and enjoy tonight's game featuring the hometown team, Western Wind and the Rams.
How many minutes on the clock if you want to? Everyone talk to music. Good evening and welcome back to Tyne Valley PEI for the 2022 Atlantic Women's U18 Hockey Championships. This is Game 3 between the New Brunswick champions and representatives, the EDSA West Reds, and the host and PEI champions, the Western Wind. This live stream here on YouTube is brought to you by Township Chevrolet, PEI's #1 dealership. My name is Luke Diamond, and I'm glad to be back for tonight's broadcast here for the opening game for the Western Winds tournament, the host team. As you can see, the crowd has absolutely filled this building already. This building was full before warm-up. This building was full almost an hour ago during the opening ceremonies. Very nice opening ceremonies with all the folks from around the community coming out to take in the atmosphere of the first major event since the rink was burnt and rebuilt this past winter. Among those speakers welcoming everybody to the Cavendish Farms Community Sports Center here for the first major tournament was Mayor Jeff Noy, local MLA Tris Altus, and Lennox Island Chief Darlene Bernard. Darlene Bernard's message was especially touching in regards to a racially driven incident that took place here the last time the Wind played here, their clinching game of the PEI title here, Game 3 against the Central Storm last week, where a member of the community was targeted with attacks, both verbally and physically. And it was about a 5-6 minute address from Ms. Bernard, and really put things into perspective where we are as a society and how we should be treating one another, whether it's, no matter the setting, even in a tight-knit community like Tyne Valley that is very close with our Indigenous neighbors and friends, especially as close as Lennox Island. With that, here are some notes on tonight's teams. The EDSA West Reds came out with a dominating, commanding 6-2 win over the other PEI team to open this tournament, the Central Storm, here in the first game. And that line to watch, those players to watch for EDSA West, include the top line of Hannah Harvey, Ella Lawrence, and Isabel Michaud. Harvey and Lawrence with 3 points apiece. Lawrence took player of the game, had not all three assists, but all of her points were assists. Michaud with a beauty of a goal and almost two. There was a crossbar she had in the third period of that game. That was pretty nice, and that certainly would have made the highlight reel had that going. But you can check out that replay on your own time. As for the Western Wind, they have a record of 11-4-6, 11 wins, 4 losses, and 6 ties this regular season. They were a perfect 3-0 in the Island Final, the best-of-3 series against the Central Storm. They won those games 5-0, 2-1, and 2-1. The one constant through the entire season for the Wind in this two-team league, 2 words, Chloe Gallant. She outscored everybody else on PEI in the regular season by 29 points, and including playoffs, she outscored everybody else by 32 points. The next closest scorer was line mate Annie Pierre Morency with 20 points. Chloe Glenn had 36 goals. There have been only 4 games where she hasn't found the back of the net this season, and she scored in her last 4 and 7 of her last 8. So I'll turn it over to the crowd here in Tyne Valley as the host team is about to take the ice for the first time this weekend.
On the lines, Brittany Peters and Peyton Woodstock. It's now time to meet the teams and coaches. First, the visiting Western Wind. The Wind are coached by Eric Morency. Assisting Eric is Corey Gallant and Haley Ellis. Nicole Garage and Tanya Noy share the managerial duties, and Jennifer Collins is the trainer. Network players. Number 1, Maya Moffett. Number 33, Soraya Richard. Number 3, Gracie Woody. Number 4, Bailey Jones. Number 5, Avery Noy. Number 6, Aaron Rennie. Number 7, Isabel Richards. Number 8, Molly McGinnis. Number 9, Bridget Linkletter. Lucky number 13, the captain, Chloe Delaney. Number 14, Emily McQuaken. Number 16, Gracie Greenan. Number 42, Brianna Hughes. Number 44, Amelia Durage. Number 66, Annie Kier Lawrenson. Number 77, Jillian Casey. And number 97, Ella Collins. It's now time to meet the home team, the Itza West Reds from New Brunswick. The head coach, Debbie Clark. Assistant coaches are Lauren Hinman and Philemon Lawrence. Barry Waters is the manager. Number 40, Riley Arlington. Number 3, Hillary Stiles. Number 4, Audrey Clement. Number 5, Hannah Harvey. Number 7, Louise McPhee. Number 8, Nicole Ferguson. Number 9, Miriam Curio. Number 10, Mandy Boudreau. Number 11, Rowena Scott. Number 14, Isabel Michaud. Number 15, Caitlin Bird. Number 17, Carrie-Ann Marmon. Number 21, Debbie Toner. Number 24, Lauren Waters. Number 66, Ella Lawrence. And number 30, Christy Michelle. Best of luck to both teams tonight. Have fun, play hard, do your best.
And of course, as if you have tuned in earlier, the national anthem was sung during the opening ceremony about half an hour ago. It's 8 o'clock here in Tyne Valley, and the game is run about half an hour behind, but it's the last one of the day, so it doesn't matter. Now for the starting goalies. Getting the nod in net for the host team, the Western Wind, is Soraya Richard. In 14 regular season games, Richard put up a league best 1.43 goals against average and 3 shutouts. She was even better in the playoffs, allowing just 1 goal and 2 wins in the Island Final, including the championship clinching game. And the other net, after Christy Michaud got the start this morning, regular starter Riley Partington is in net. And she'll be challenged early. Gracie Goody had the chance in front, and that puck slipped off her stick off the pass from Morency. Partington was 9-3 in regular season play with a .912 save percentage and was in net for the Reds' 2-1 win in the last game, the clinching game of the New Brunswick final. She has been the starter all year and will be leaned upon to take on Chloe Gallant and the Western Wind here in their home barn. It's dumped in early. Ella Lawrence, the top line, was out there to start for both the Edsa West Reds and the Western Wind, as the Chloe Gallant line started off right off the draw as well. The captain of the other team is on there as well, Lauren Waters, and Partington will make her first save of the game on Annie Pierre-Norency. And for the first time in this rink's history, I know it's an expression to say there's not an empty seat in the house, but I don't think there is. Looking around, maybe 1 or 2 between people, but in all essence, this one is packed at the Cavendish Farms Community Sports Center. This team is guaranteed 4 games. They play twice tomorrow, including the late game at 7 p.m. That will be against the Central Storm. They also play at 1 p.m. tomorrow. But for now, they got the New Brunswick champ story about in the Edsa West Reds. Playing that puck around the boards is Emily McGuigan. Starting the breakout, but it's fired down the ice by Avery Noy, and that will be an icing call against the Western Wind. The Wind didn't start this season here, as the new rink was just finishing this past fall. They opened the season in Evangeline, but finally played their first game at the new rink on December 10th. And it was none other than Chloe Gallant who scored the first goal 3 minutes and 43 seconds into the second period of that game against the Central Storm in what ended as a 2-2 tie. That was the first U18 game. And that shot is in! Scores! Brianna Scott wristed one, and it looked like it hit the crossbar somewhere around there and went off the shoulder of Soraya Richard. No one was sure, but the ref was adamant that that puck fully crossed the goal line. And just 2 minutes and 1 second into this hockey game, the Edsa West Reds take the lead. Looked like a bit of missed coverage there from the Wind defense. As we know, the Edsa West Reds can really score. They done it 6 times this morning against a Central Storm team that has been close with the Wind all year. Maybe not so much in the final, but all year they have been tight. But that first goal for the Reds is a big one, as they need to score to keep up with this Wind team. In 24 games this year, the Wind have scored 77 goals. So we know they can really fill the net. And the Reds are no slouches either. They have 58 in their regular season games. They're 20 regular season games, so a few fewer games, but that's not accounting for playoffs either, where they scored 9. Now here comes Morency, giving chase to the puck, leaves it off for Chloe Gallant. Gallant is poked away. That is off the stick of Louise McPhee, who battles with it over in the corner. Gallant tried to set up Goody in front. That's back to the wall for Amelia Drosh. Drosh picks up the puck again. She's at the point. Looked for Gallant, but that hit a body and bounced away. The Reds lose it. Now here comes Goody, the affiliate player, tries to go top shelf, but misses the mark. Gallant is all alone in front. It got tied up in her feet. and she could not find it in time before Lauren Waters could. And the follow-up shot by Amelia Drosh is corralled by Partington. 16:49 on the clock here early in this first period. And it is the Edsa West Reds who are the home team tonight. Don't confuse that if you're looking at the scoreboard from home or if you're at the rink, that the Reds are the home team rather than the host Wind. But there's no doubt that Western has the home ice advantage, obviously, in this new barn as Ella Collins comes into the face-off dot, and that's a tricky high shoulder save by Partington, steers it aside. The Reds look to clear it out. They can't quite get it, though. It's Collins again. Collins loses the puck. Bailey Jones is out there. A pair of Tyne Valley players on that line, and they are accompanied by, at the center, by Molly Kate McGuinness, playing center in between them. There are 5 Tyne Valley natives on this team. Jones, Collins, Chloe Glant, Amelia Drosh, and Avery Noy here playing in their home rink for this Atlantics tournament. A bit of an advantage to hopefully book a spot in the SO Cup. The shot comes in well wide from the outside. That's patted aside by Partington. Trouble getting it out there. Here's the shot. And that is covered up by Partington once more as Gracie Greenan tried to chop that toward the net. But it hit a stick and killed the play. Face off to the left of Partington. It's won by the Wind. Casey fires it toward the net. That's going to miss well wide. Goes in around. Battling in behind the net with it is Greenan again. Here's the pass in front and a great chance for Isabel Richards, but she could not get the stick down solid enough. And a player goes down in the corner, and it is a Reds player down. A tripping call is made, still not sure who it's going to go against. There's a pair of Wind players hugging, and yes, it looks like they've drawn the penalty. Hillary Stiles is going to go to the box, and the host team is going to get the game's first power play at 15:26 of the first period. And it's won by the Reds and cleared the length of the ice by Hannah Harvey. Great start to this power play, featuring that top line of Morency, Gallant, and Goody, quarterbacked by Emily McGuigan leading the charge up the ice. And then as well, Avery Noy on defense. Gallant from the point, here's the long wrister. Doesn't get anywhere. Morency battles it with it in the corner. Aaron Rennie is out there too for the Western Wind. That's passed in front. And it misses everybody as Rennie has to go back and recover. And the Reds get a much needed change. Chloe Gallant had the puck for a second in the neutral zone, but lost it. And it is Miriam Theriault responding by shooting the puck down the ice. Theriault had 1 goal in this morning's win over the Central Storm. It ended up being the game-winning goal as Gallant comes in. She's going to take on Nicole Ferguson playing on defense. Gallant's going to complete a lap of the offensive zone. She's going to hang on. Pass goes off. Bailey Jones playing the half wall on this power play. Morency is going to take and go to the same spot as Jones, but they rotate, shift off to Gallant, cross-ice pass to Avery Noy. Noy throws it in front, but finds nobody. Toner going for the clear. She sells it down for a second and is successful. 1 minute and 30 seconds elapsed in this first Wind power play with 13:50 to play in this period. They still have time as the Wind complete a change. Bailey Jones leaves it off her defenseman. That second pass is intended for Jones, but instead it's going to bounce back. Jones will get a second chance. She's going to power away across the blue line. She's along the right wall. The shot doesn't go anywhere. Instead, it's more of a dump that falls in behind the net. Looks like Collins has it, and the shot goes through the crease where Collins will retrieve it. But that's the end of the Reds' penalty, and here they come the other way. It's Caitlin Bird with the shot, and it bounces in front. The shot hits the post. Maddie Boudreau was this close to making it 2-0. Edsa West all alone on a perfect setup from Caitlin Bird. and she comes within inches, but it's not enough, and it's still a 1-0 game. All the way down at the other end, the Wind swinging on the quick counterattack the other way. Gracie Greenan is out there. Waiting in front is Brianna Hughes as well on that line for the Western Wind. The puck skips by everybody there. The linesman signals it was tipped, so there is no icing call. Ella Collins goes all the way back to pick it up. It's a bang-bang pass out of the zone, finds Gracie Greenan. Greenan tried to get it to Brianna Hughes, who is just a little bit ahead of the pass, so they have to go back the other way. It is Isabel Michaud. She had a heck of a game this morning and almost caught Soraya Richard red-handed with that tricky wrister. Michaud had the puck lost in her feet there for a moment, and as a result, the Wind clear it down the ice and can get a change in. 12:04 here. We're 8 minutes into this third round robin game of the 2022 Atlantic U18 Women's Hockey Championships. It's 1-0 for the Edzard West Reds, and it's a 3-on-1 for the Wind. The shot, oh, with a glove save by Riley Partington on Chloe Glant nonetheless. We know how deceptive of a wrist shot she has, and she got close there. Erin Rennie fires it back to the corner. Between the legs attempt on the pass by Glant, but that goes nowhere, and is fired back up the middle of the ice by the Reds. They'll have to start the breakout again, though, in their own zone. Both teams will head to the bench for a change. Erin Rennie throws it off the boards, and it comes right back to her as the Reds respond. Amelia Drosh under immense pressure from Abby Toner in the corner from the Reds. Helping her out in that corner is Bailey Jones, but that bounces away to Brianna Scott. Scott has the first goal of this game on one that didn't look like a win-in on first glance, but the referee was there with the perfect view to assure that it was indeed the first Edzard West Reds goal of the game. The Wind are looking to respond. They've had a power play and have had most of the play in their end. Ella Collins is all alone out in front of the Reds net there, but it didn't quite get to her as it bounced off the skate of, I believe, Ferguson in front of the Reds net and bounced away. Now Edzard West is sent back up the other way, and that's picked up. Here come the Wind. Carrying the puck is Brianna Hughes. Hughes challenged by Stiles along the boards as she crossed that blue line, but out there to help her are Gracie Greenan, and up in the high slot is Isabel Richards waiting for the pass. Avery Noy throws it toward the net, and Richards had it on her stick for a moment, but couldn't do anything with it. Going back into the corner after it is Brianna Hughes. Hillary Stiles in there banging away, trying to take the puck. She's holding on to her, and there's loose for a second. There's the shot. She scores! Isabel Richards was battling away there all shift with the defense from the Edzard West Reds. Tied up there in front of the net. It looked like Riley Partington had it covered there for a second, but it squirted away. And right there was Isabel Richards with the quick stick and shoved it past Partington's glove. And at exactly the 10-minute mark of the first period, we are tied at 1 goal apiece as the host team has scored their first goal of the Atlantic Championships. And you could hear it from the crowd. It hasn't quite erupted like it just has in here yet today, and that is the home team advantage that the Wind has. Isabel Richards with that one. I believe Brianna Hughes will pick up the assist on that. We'll hear for sure in a second. Back to Rennie from the high slot. Squirts over, Chloe Glant looking to add to the fun. Out to Amelia Drosh, that's toward the net. And it's a nice pad save by Riley Partington, who was missing a stick there for a second, I believe. Coming down the other way is Audrey Clavette, who does the no-look pass. It is Maddie Boudreau. She had one goal in this tournament as well. Couldn't quite do anything with it there. Put back into the corner by Waters. And chasing after that is Caitlin Boudreau. Boudreau fights with her again, getting a lot of challengers down low. Amelia Drosh especially playing some hard defense on, keeping it clean. Waters tried for the shot, bounced out to Gracie Goody, but she couldn't get it out of the zone. Audrey Clavette, of course, the leading scorer for this Edsa West Reds team this year, has 23 points in 20 regular season games, including 12 goals. She had a goal this morning against the Central Storm in that game. And the long shot is gloved by Riley Partington. 8:40 on the clock here, only just over a minute removed from the tying goal from the Western Wind. Isabel Richards found the loose puck in the blue paint and beat Partington down low to tie this one at 1. And of course, the early goal from the Reds came well early on in the game anyway. Here comes Hannah Harvey. Harvey had a goal this morning as well, along with that top line. Terrio tried to throw it through. A nice shot blocked by Bailey Jones with the inside of the skate. Ella Collins went for the cross-ice pass. Couldn't quite work it out. It was a tough one, like threading a needle. Michaud gets a breakout started for the Reds. Of course, just one Michaud on the ice this game, as Christy Michaud will be backing up Partington in the Reds net tonight. So Isabel Michaud. Casey was able to find Greenan. Greenan will take it across the blue line for the Wind. The Wind have had the puck in the other zone for most of the time since that first Edsa West Reds goal. Of course, Brianna Scott with that first one. I apologize for tripping up on that earlier. A lot of action and a lot of players have scored so far today, but only 2 so far this game, Scott and Isabel Richards. There will not certainly be another, but it sure feels like it. That one skipped up the boards by Terrio. She has it returned right back to her. She'll be behind Partington and her own net with 7 minutes to play in this first period. Toner has the puck on her stick on the right wing. Picking up that is Maddie Boudreau. On the loose puck, Avery Noy of the Wind is first back there to rim it around the boards, finding Morency. Morency is challenged there, and Chloe Glenn is right there to help her out. But right on top of that was Hillary Stiles on defense. She's getting a lot of the Chloe Glenn assignment tonight. And of course, with Gracie Goody and Annie Pierre-Morency on that line, it's certainly not an easy unit to stop. Chloe Glant makes a move. She's going to step around a couple players. Here comes Glant. Cuts to the side. Here's the long shot. Oh, what a glove save by Partington. And just like that, as you can see in a matter of seconds, what Chloe Glant can do for this team in this hockey game. As she not only has skill and the speed, but has the range, especially on that shot. And that has helped her a long way in her 36 goals and counting so far in this 2021-22 season. The face-off is to Partington's left, and Bailey Jones wins the draw for the Western Wind. The response shot from Emily McGuigan sails wide, and that'll come all the way around to Boudreau, all the way up at the opposing blue line. That's dumped in by Hillary Stiles. Stiles getting a lot of ice time in the first 14 minutes of this hockey game. She's paired up with Reds captain Lauren Waters, of course. So a lot of responsibility in that respect as well. This is a defensive pairing they're leaning on. And they had a great defensive game this morning, along with Terrio and Ferguson on this team's second defense pairing. They've been great. And we're going to get a penalty. It's a slashing call, and we're about to see who that's going to come against. Heading to the box. Looks to be Gracie Greenan of the Western Wind. So with that, the Edsa West Reds will get their first power play of the night. They went 2 for 4 on their power play this afternoon against the Central Storm. Chloe Glant killing that penalty along with Annie Pierre-Morency. So a pair of top liners out there against the best players for this Reds team. Chloe Glant goes all the way in, the shot, she scores! It's Chloe Glant. Many of us felt that that was coming, and the captain gives the Wind their first lead of the hockey game. What's not talked about a lot is Chloe Glant's play on the penalty kill, especially out there with line mate Annie-Pierre Morency. Morency gets that all started, digging that out of the corner, wins the one-on-one battle, and Chloe Glant is one of the best out there at getting open and burying that opportunity. She makes that 5 straight games with the goal, and 8 of her last 9 she has scored in. She had 4 shorthanded goals in the regular season and the playoffs combined, so that would make it 5 as Soraya Richard covers up the puck, and there are a few blatant hacks and hits as the whistle blows. It was a bit of a late whistle there. I think we're going to get a penalty. The arm was up. There's going to be a cross-check call, and it's going to go against Amelia Drosh of the Wind. So there's going to be a 1 minute or shorter 5-on-3 power play for the Edsa West Reds with 4:36 remaining in this first period. So a lot of firsts in the tournament here. The first shorthanded goal, and now the first 5-on-3 opportunity of the Atlantic Championships. At the point, playing the point, is Nicole Ferguson. The shot goes across, and a nice chance by Caitlin Bird sails through the crease. On the other wall is Boudreau. That comes around. Ferguson has a lot of time. Nicole Ferguson plays it off. Here's the shot from Harvey, and that is gloved down by Soraya Richard. 35 seconds remaining on the first penalty on the board, and 1 minute and 35 remaining in the entire power play. And of course, if the Edsa West Reds are able to score here again, that will be cut short. Now Miriam Theriault is the defender on this power play. Still out there with Harvey, and the scorers such as Brianna Scott and Isabel Michaud and Ella Lawrence to round out this 5-on-3 power play. It's the backhand. That was blocked in front. She had an open net. She scores! Hannah Harvey missed on the first attempt, but made up for it on the second, both on the backhand. And just like that on the 5-on-3, the Edsa West Reds have tied it once again.
The leg from Annie-Pierre Morency at 14:45.
Right as they announce the Chloe Glant goal, it is Hannah Harvey spoiling the party a little bit here for the hosts. But that's what they're here to do, of course, as they score their second of the period. The 4th overall. We've had a lot of high-scoring first periods in this tournament. The Reds scored 4 in their first period against the Central Storm. And then in the prior game between the Subway Selects, the Northern Subway Selects, and the Eastern Icebreakers from Newfoundland, there were 4 goals in that one as well. 3 scored by the Selects and 1 by the Icebreakers. There were more goals after that, but there are 4 goals in this first period too. 3:12 left in the first period here in Tyne Valley. It's a 2-2 game after that Edsa West Reds goal. 28 seconds left on this remaining win penalty. Of course, it was a 5-on-3, but with that Reds goal, it's now a 5-on-4 as the power play keeps going. This shot by Boudreau to Theriault. Theriault waits at the point, down for Boudreau. Maddie Boudreau throws it toward the net, but that takes a bounce and no one can handle it. Audrey Clavette, the team's leading scorer this season, went out front, but that skips all the way out to Annie-Pierre Morency, who has no trouble clearing that down. And that concludes the Reds power play. 2:30 on the clock now. Right down there in all the action is Emily McGuigan as the Wind turned the play back toward the end. Chloe Glant and Gracie Goody joining Annie Pierre Morency on this top line for the Western Wind down on the attack. Morency will go for a change, however. Coming down the other way are the Reds. With the puck now is Caitlin Bird. Bird went for the centering pass to Scott, but that doesn't pan out for them. Gracie Goody chips it around. Nice play past Ferguson. She still has the puck. Had Chloe Glenn all alone out front, but couldn't quite finish the pass. It's coming all the way back to the line. Casey went to keep it in, but was met with a response that ended up in the puck being cleared. The Wind will finish their change as the Reds take it down the other way. Edza West Scott going in, challenged by Casey, but couldn't do much from that. The first goal scorer for the Wind tonight, Isabel Richards, goes for the dump and chase. Right onto it was Gracie Greenan, but the puck took a hop over in the direction of Riley Partington, who covers it up with 1 minute and 25 seconds left in the opening 20 minutes here of this third round robin game in Tyne Valley. Bailey Jones taking the draw against the player of the game in the first game for the Edsa West Reds, Ella Lawrence, and it's won by Lawrence. Sets up Michaud. Michaud goes for the cross ice pass to Harvey. Harvey tied the game on the backhand on a 5-on-3 power play, and she has the puck again. That puck is kept in by captain Lauren Waters for the Reds, but only for a moment. Down back the other way, here come the Wind. Handling the puck and doing a spin was Molly Kate McGuinness. Doesn't pan out. Reds clear it. Entering the zone, Nicole Ferguson here in the final minute of play in this period. Amelia Drosh is there to meet Ferguson behind the net. And picking up that puck behind the net was Michaud. Michaud, the leading scorer for this Reds team in the playoffs, scored the New Brunswick tournament playoff winning goal against the Moncton Rockets to clinch the sweep of the best of 5 final, winning that one at home. Michaud also with 18 points in 20 games this season, including 11 goals of her own. And that puck comes back to Chloe Glant. She has 6 seconds. Rennie winds up for the slapper, and that is padded away by Riley Partington, and that will end the period. In a high-scoring affair, keeping the fans plenty entertained in Tyne Valley after 20. It is a 2-2 hockey game. Striking for the Edsa West Reds was Brianna Scott and Hannah Harvey, and responding for the Wind was Isabel Richards and captain Chloe Glant. As the teams head to the dressing room for a flood, we'll be back here for 40 more minutes or more of hockey here in Tyne Valley. Hello and welcome back to Tyne Valley for the second period in this barn burner so far between the host Western Wind and the New Brunswick champs, the Edso West Reds. That period opened with a goal off the stick of Brianna Scott. Scott barely squeezing that one in. On first glance, looked like a shot off the crossbar, but it was in fact in. Minutes later, Isabel Richards responded on a shot off the rebound. And then not long after that, on a Wind penalty, Annie Pierre-Morency went down the ice and fought the puck away, finding Island leading scorer Chloe Gallant for the go-ahead goal. But as the Wind soon took a 5-on-3 penalty where the Reds went on a two-person advantage, it was Hannah Harvey scoring her second of the tournament and her fourth point on the backhand. And that's where we stand now as we begin a fresh slate of 20 minutes. The Western Wind is on the bench. The Edso West Reds are on their way there to open this period. Of course, the winner of this tournament will not only be the Atlantic champions, but will be the Atlantic representatives at the Esso Cup National Women's Under-18 Championships from May 16th to 22nd in Okotoks, Alberta. That tournament is hosted by the Prince Albert Bears, but due to developments from the Omicron variant and all that mess over the winter time, the tournament was moved to a neutral site to the small town of Okotoks. I'm not sure if it's comparable to Tyne Valley. I think the valley is smaller, but Okotoks is a small town, so in respect about a half-hour drive south of Calgary. Also being hosted there at the same time from May 16th to 22nd at the same facility is the TELUS Cup, the national championship for the same level in age except in the men's competition. The officials are having a quick meeting with Abby Clark and company, the coaches for the Edso West Reds. Looks like the referee is ready to drop the puck. And the winner of the Atlantic competition at the Esso Cup is fixed to play against the winner of the Western competition. And the Western competition is not Alberta and BC, which is the Pacific, but instead the winner between a championship series between the Manitoba and Saskatchewan champions. What a play by Gallant, charging through there really early in the period, only 15 seconds in, cut through all the way, but couldn't get a clean shot off some good defending. And as I was saying, the Saskatchewan champions are set in the Notre Dame Hounds, and the Manitoba champions in the Westman Wildcats from Brandon, Manitoba. They're going to have a 3-game series starting tomorrow, and the winner of that will also advance to the Esso Cup, where they will play the winner of this tournament. The only team playing in this tournament presently is the Northern Subway Selects. They played earlier today a convincing 11-1 win over the Eastern Icebreakers. They won this tournament in 2018, but when they went to the Esso Cup, they went on to finish 5th. On that face-off to the right of Riley Partington and the Reds net. It's won back by the Reds. They're going to take it. They had a brief struggle there as Ella Collins and Bailey Jones got in there for the pressure, and it's going to go all the way down the other way. The pass was intended for Caitlin Bird, who loses it, but instead her defense finds it. Lauren Waters throws it back toward the net. It falls away. It goes right to the net off a bounce over to Audrey Clavette. She had room in front of that net near Soraya Richard. Richard is missing a stick. She's going to go over to the corner to retrieve it. And at the same time as the wind go the other way, Bailey Jones ran into somebody on her way to go after the puck. Looks like an interference call, though. It could go against the Reds, but we'll see here. There was a high shot. The hands were high from Jones, but it was a textbook interference call and it looks like it's going to go against the Reds. Hillary Stiles is going to go to the box. She already has a penalty tonight, but as a result, the Wind are going to go to the power play here just a minute and a half into the second period. Annie Pierre-Morency taking the face-off against Carrion Merman. And here comes the shot across. Chloe Glantz right in that Ovechkin one-timer spot over on the opposite circle for the left-hand shooting Glant. Glant lets the wrister rip down low, and ready for that all the way was Riley Partington with an excellent stop. Only 16 seconds elapsed on this Wind power play, so still plenty of action to go. Now Glant will try her hand at the face-off once again against Carrion Merman, and Merman will win that draw, but only for a second as the Wind recover rather quickly. Chloe Glant back to Erin Rennie up by the blue line on defense. Back down to Chloe Glant. She walks out from the half wall, plays it back down low for Morency. Morency back over to Glant. She circles around, looks for the shot again, and that will hit the foot of Gracie Goody. And first to that puck was Miriam Theriault of the Reds, and she'll fire it down the ice, and the entire penalty killing unit will change here despite being on the long shift. Here comes Chloe Glant against a fresh set of defenders on the Red side. Glant had her shot blocked, but she's going to stay with it, but not long enough, as it's again fired down the ice by Edza West. 1 minute to play here on this Wind power play early in the period. And one player is dragged down there. No call. Bit of excitement and overtones from the bench, but nothing emerging from that. Still a 2-2 game here, 3 minutes into this middle stanza in tonight's today's third round robin game of 3. There will be 4 tomorrow. Chloe Glant is still on the ice, a minute 15 into this Wind power play. Glant has her shot blocked twice in a row by Miriam Theriault. Back over to Rennie. Now she'll go for the cross-ice pass, and it's off the stick of Annie Pierre-Morency. And up and out of play with 16 seconds left on this Reds penalty. The face-off will go outside. The Wind still on the power play for a brief bit here. Face-off is outside and to the right of Riley Partington. Near center ice now. Ella Collins slams it into the zone, but that will likely do it for the penalty. 5 seconds left now. Waiting at the edge of the box is Hillary Stiles. And the puck is cleared down legally one last time without the icing. And the Reds get a big kill to open this period. Ella Collins plays it out to Bailey Jones. Nice play at first. And Chloe Glant is right back out there for the Wind. Helping her out is Bailey Jones there, cutting down the middle. And Ella Collins going off for the change. Avery Noy dumps it in, but from the wrong side of center. However, the icing is waved off, which would have been against the Western Wind, but now the Wind get a bit of extended zone time down in the other end. Molly Kay McGuinness plays it toward the net. Collins is down there in the corner too. Jones fighting with Ferguson in front of the net for position, and McGuinness is going to slide over that way too. Jones transitions down toward the boards. Louise McPhee heading in the corner and gets it up to her wingers along the wall. Now Caitlin Bird is accompanied by Audrey Clavette heading up the ice. That puck takes a bounce and it just goes over the net, so no scoring chance on that rush. The Wind will try to get it out now. They're going to get it to about center ice, where the first goal scorer, Isabel Richards, leaves the pass for Bridget Linkletter, the defender. Linkletter gets a shot on net, and the puck now bounces over to Brianna Hughes. Hughes doesn't have it for long as the Reds take it again. Brianna Scott, the first goal scorer from the other team, throws it down the other way, where Abby Toner is the target for that dump and chase. Being hooked there was Gracie Greenan, no call, but nonetheless the Wind have it. Isabel Richards tried to take it for a rush. Greenan was there with her, but instead it finds Scott again. Brianna Scott, her shot hits a shoulder and transitions back the other way for the Wind. It's been a little bit of back and forth play here the last minute and a half, 2 minutes. Both teams going up and down the ice following the conclusion of that last win power play. Now Michaud, she has hands, she scores! Isabelle Michaud doing what she does best, a little dangle and a little snipe, and with that, she gives the Reds their second lead of the hockey game. And a great move by Isabelle Michaud there, going in one-on-one. All she had to do was step toward the center of the ice, and she has been going for that glove side all day. That's how she went bar down on the Central Storm to open this afternoon's game. And now she's going to deflect it up early off the draw to Hannah Harvey. Harvey finds Michaud again, and that is a big save by Soraya Richard, and that was an important one, as the Reds got another rush going only seconds after the go-ahead goal from Michaud. Maybe a bit of a wake-up call here for the Wind. They had the momentum on their side for much of the first period, had a solid-looking power play killed off by a good defensive Reds team. Now here come the Reds again. It's Harvey. She has 2 goals in the tournament and 1 tonight. That puck was covered long enough by Soraya Richard, and Harvey didn't like it as the puck did come loose. But as the official lost sight, the play had to be blown dead. This top line of Lawrence, Harvey, Michaud is going to stay on for the Reds for the time being, following yet another offensive zone face-off. But this one's won by the Wind. Ella Collins is the recipient of that swing around the boards. Right at center ice. It's a crowd as Jones, Collins, and the Reds, Louise McPhee, all crowd up around the center ice door. Bailey Jones forces a turnover. She's pressured in close by Ella Lawrence. The shot goes wide as Miriam Theriault tries to get the breakout going, but Ella Collins forces the breakaway. Emily McGuigan keeps it in for the win. Bailey Jones in front, and no one was there. Theriault filling in her assignment in front of the net on defense. Caitlin Bird. Pardon me, Hannah Harvey had that puck there. She was involved down there low for a second and got it to Ella Lawrence, who cannot get a quality shot off as the puck rolls over to Soraya Richard for the cover. 13 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the score clock here in Tyne Valley in the second period. With that last goal from the Edsa West Reds off the stick of Isabelle Michaud, her second of the tournament as well. She gives her team from Western New Brunswick the 3-2 lead. The only goal of this period so far, as there's still a lot of hockey to play. We're only 7 minutes into this frame. It feels like so much has happened already. Going for the pass there was Audrey Clavette. She tries and tries again, and somehow it's held in by Hillary Stiles on defense. Emily McGuigan shovels that puck back up off the boards. And she's going to have it again. The intended pass receiver was Brianna Hughes, but she wasn't looking. The Wind have it again for a second. It's Greenan, but she is crowded out by a trio of Edsa West Reds. Now Audrey Clavette goes for the pass, but crowded there was Maddie Boudreau, and she is dragged down, and it's going to be a hooking call against the Western Wind, and the Reds will get their first power play of the frame here with 12:26 to play in the period. This live stream is brought to you by Township Chevrolet, PEI's #1 dealership. And as I have mentioned in all the games this afternoon, I have a list here of about almost 2 full pages of sponsors. And I bet you, whether you're in the building tonight or watching from home, all the billboards you see on the wall or the sponsors on the ice, I bet all of them have contributed in some way or another, or have been on my sheet I was talking about with the complete list of sponsors. It would be impossible for me to name them all, but the community is really thankful for their contribution. As Harvey forks the backhand over, very similar looking to her goal tonight, which was the tying goal late in the first period. That one, of course, from more of a distance. Harvey looked to hold it in there, but a hard clear from Amelia Drosh sends Annie Pierre-Morency for a rush. Morency is going to go for a lap around the offensive zone. Chloe Glant is there with her. Morency, she's all alone in there in the zone by herself. Erin Rennie was waiting there by the point, but she runs out of real estate as Ella Lawrence takes it the other way for the Reds. Chloe Glant picks it up and has no issue firing it back down as they kill off the first of 2 minutes in this Reds power play. The Reds get trapped again in the neutral zone by the wind as some of the forwards change from the host team. Coming up with that puck now is Maddie Boudreau, but she was overpowered in seconds by another wind penalty killer. That time it is affiliate player Gracie Goody playing on that top line tonight with Chloe Glant and Annie Pierre-Morency. Getting some penalty kill reps here on the biggest stage of the season. And stealing the puck here. Here's the shot from the wind. They came very close there at the tail end of this penalty kill. Great chance there for Molly Kate McGuinness. The Reds will take for one last try here on this power play. Ferguson tried to get the wrister through, but coming through quickly for that block was McGuinness. Clavette gives McGuinness a shot there at the last second, and the puck is fired down as the penalty expires, and it's a bit too late as the Western Wind are charged with an icing call. 10:21 here to play, about halfway through the game here in Tyne Valley, the third of 3 games in the opening day of the 2022 Atlantic Women's Under-18 Hockey Championships. The Edsa West Reds won their opening game 6-2 against the Central Storm in the opening game of this tournament, and now they look to go 2 for 2 against Prince Edward Island teams as they take on the champions, the defending champs from PEI and the Western Wind, who are also the hosts. Right now they're in their own zone, but Bailey Jones emerges with it. She's up there with Ella Collins. Jones evades Waters on the fence, passes it out front. That gets caught in the feet. She tries to wrap it around, still digging for it, this time on the opposite side of the net. Comes to Ella Collins, but her pass is ill-advised and misses her teammate back at the blue line. Bridget Linkletter was the intended target, and she'll have to start the breakout. Almost onto the tape of the Reds' Carrie-Ann Merman, but she doesn't quite pick it up either. Isabel Richards going in hard for that puck as her team tries to start a change, but it's pretty good timing for that anyway, as this time the Reds take an icing call. For both of these teams, it's been a really routine, and I'll explain why routine here in the last few months since the last Omicron break. Of course, the Western Wind have saw the routine of playing the Central Storm over and over again as the only 2 Prince Edward Island teams in the Island League. So they know them very well. They faced them 24 times, which will be 25 tomorrow. Tip on net is deflected away by Riley Parlington. The pass goes out front again for the Wind, but nothing out of that one. And for the Ezra West Reds, they played the Moncton Rockets 9 times in the new year. So 6 of their 20 games rather have been against the same team from Moncton. There on the play, the whistle was blown as Ciara Richard went for the cover. Right on the doorstep again with Isabel Michaud. This top line has been buzzing around the crease, but there's been a lot of early whistles around the crease as well. And that one arguably cost the Reds a 4-2 goal. It says 4-2 on the scoreboard, but that is not correct and will likely be corrected here in a second. It looks like the scorekeepers are working on it. But as mentioned, the Edsa West Reds played Moncton 9 different times since January 1st, beating them 6 times, 3 of those coming in the provincial final. There were only 2 major U18 women's teams in the province of New Brunswick this season, as they usually take part in the Maritime Major Female Hockey League against their Nova Scotian counterparts, a team that PEI is looking to join pre-COVID, but something like that will have to wait. The score has adjusted back here to the rightful count of 3 goals for the EDSA West Reds, and 2 for the host Western Wind. As Boudreau makes a nice move, head of defense, fall down there, bounces out to Stiles in the high slot. Here's the shot, and that is patted away by Soraya Richard, my apologies. Stiles plays it back into the corner. Audrey Clavette had the puck for a second there for the Reds. And the Wind are forced to take an icing call. It's waved off. It was very close to Riley Perdington in the other net, but she let it go by her. Nonetheless, it's waved off. That's enough for the Wind to get a change anyway, as intended. Reds captain Lauren Waters coming up the other way. Plays it off the boards. Waiting up there for the puck was Audrey Clavette, and she's going to take that puck. This line is getting tired for EDSA West, as a bunch of their players now take a change. More of this play being held by EDSA West this period, down in the Wind zone. 7 minutes to play here in the second frame. Still 3-2 for the Reds, the home team in this game, but the away team in essence, as the Wind are the hosts. And now this time coming up with the puck is Carrie Merman for the Reds. Tried to go cross ice for Abby Toner. Toner pressured quickly by Chloe Glant of the Wind. Coming up there to help out was assistant captain Bridget Linkletter. Captain and the assistant captain forcing that possession back toward the Wind. And the puck is caught in front of that New Brunswick bench. One player goes for a change there. It was Carrie Merman jumping off the ice in a hurry there, careful as to not draw too many players on the ice penalty. McGinnis fires it up the ice. Coming in on the rush now is Linkletter. Linkletter just slides it along the ice toward the net for Riley Perdington to cover. And the crowd remains loud, proud, and strong here in Tyne Valley. It's still a full building everywhere. I'd even argue the brand new fitness facility on the second floor of the building, overlooking the ice pad on your left. If you look closely, I think some people are just up there on the exercise bikes to catch a view of this hockey game. Also in the building tonight, the Junior A powerhouse Summerside Western Capitals, making the trip up from Summerside, a 25-minute drive away, to see the best in Atlantic Canada go at it in this age group and in the female division. As that puck got behind Soraya Richard, and the Reds were that close to doubling their lead to 4-2. She had to make another careful save there. The puck was in a really awkward place. Looked to bounce off her back on first glance. I wasn't quite sure. But nonetheless, the puck stays out and it's still a 1-goal game. Head coach of the EDSA West Reds, Abby Clark, having a word with the referees here. Not quite sure about what. Had the whiteboard out. I don't think it was for them, for the referees, but it was out. That issue was resolved quickly and play will resume off a face-off to the right of Soraya Richard. The shot is won. The face-off is won by the Reds before the shot. That one missed though. Here comes Isabel Michaud. Michaud trying to pull a fancy move coming out of the corner. Nothing materialized out of that. Here comes Chloe Glant now the other way. Annie Pierre-Murenzi sticks out the leg to stay onside. Glant knocks down a defender. She's going to try and cut back in. She did for a second, but lost possession of the puck in the process. Louise McPhee gets the breakout started for the Reds as the top line is back out for them. Hannah Harvey, centered by Ella Lawrence with Isabel Michaud, of course, on the other side. This line is actually getting toward the end of a change rather than just jumping out there. They were down to one end of the ice and back again. They'll get that opportunity to come on off now as the puck is deflected on out of play. The Western Wind will get an offensive zone face-off just over 16 minutes into the period. 15 minutes in the period with 4 minutes and 40 seconds left to play in this middle frame. The Jones line is out there. She's centering Ella Collins and Molly Kate McGuinness on the other side. Avery Noy lining up as one of the defenders on the back end. She's going to pick it up. Ella Collins throws a shot well high over Riley Partington's head and net. And that comes back to the other defender, Emily McGuigan. She throws it right back in the corner, but that bounces off someone on the bench, I believe. And this time the face-off will go outside. And those are the two top scorers for the Wind so far this season outside of the Morency-Gallant top line. Ella Collins, third in scoring with 15 points in 23 games, regular season and playoffs included. She has 6 goals. And Avery Noy is fourth in scoring, the only other double-digit scorer on this team, as Bailey Jones launches a slap shot wide of the blocker of Partington. It's thrown back toward the net by Avery Noy, who only has 2 goals in the year, but 11 assists. So his 11 assists are only behind Chloe Glant, 16 for second on the team. Jones tying up the Reds' Maddie Boudreau behind the Reds' net. Edza West breaks it out the other way, going for a chance. Caitlin Bird is pressured heavily. It's a very quick back check from Molly Kate McGuinness to stall that momentum going forward for the Reds. And that worked just fine for the Wind, as Ferguson could not handle the hard shot coming on out on the clear. But here comes Miriam Theriault for the Reds. She's going to cut in. It's a partial odd man rush. The shot is wide. Over on the other side was Brianna Scott, looking for her second of the game and third of the tournament. That would have done it. But now this time, it gets past Ferguson on the blue line, and that's tipped a couple times in the Wind's direction. But waiting up all that way was Isabel Richards. She would be excited to get her second goal of the game. But that one did not bounce her way. The face-off is going to come down on the far side on your screen in the Reds' end. The Glant Morency Goody line out there for the Western Wind. In the offensive zone, Chloe Glant wins the face-off with ease. Bounces down to Morency. Morency directs it toward the net. But that one deflects wide. Chloe Glant is down beyond the net with Morency looking to work back possession. Cutting out of that corner is Gracie Goody. Goody had the puck, and it's enough to get the puck back in the Western possession. But a miscue on the D-to-D pass results in the puck bouncing outside of the zone, so they have to touch up. Leading this breakout for the Reds is Carrion Merman. Merman finds Toner, and she'll rim it around, and this Edra Reds team will go for a change. Aaron Rennie now leading the rush. Aaron Rennie goes all the way, but the puck bounces back out, so it's offside. This team has to touch up. They do. They're still offside as Chloe Glant got a little too eager going after the puck, but now she has it onside. She tried to step around Hillary Stiles there on defense. She stopped, but she'll shoot it around to her teammate Annie Pierre Morency over in the opposite corner on the rim around. Pressure down in the corner is Ella Lawrence. She's down there with Hillary Stiles to work the puck out of danger, and Lawrence emerges with the rubber. All the way back down at the other end of the ice on the stretch pass, Isabel Michaud was the intended target. Headed for a moment, but Aaron Rennie was quick to steal it away. Hannah Harvey also had the puck there briefly. but the ensuing pass from the western wind is a little too far and a little too strong, as it is called for an icing. 1 minute and 23 seconds remaining in this second period. In the opening game of the tournament for the host Western Wind, and the second game of the tournament and of the day for the Edsa West Reds, the New Brunswick champions. Of course, the Wind won the island, but as the hosting team, they do not have the Team PEI designation that the Central Storm does. Ella Collins throws it in behind the net. Is able to rim it all the way around for Molly Kate McGuinness, and she does good to get that out of the zone. Bailey Jones keeps Ferguson of the Reds from throwing that back down. So Miriam Tebow has to serve from scratch. A near hook there as Tebow grabbed onto a stick. She's been punished with 3 sticks and counting. Oh, she got slash and slash again and laid it off for Caitlin Bird, whose shot went wide. Jones threw it around for McGuinness, and McGuinness's pressure almost gets it out, but not quite enough. On the second attempt, she still couldn't do it. Needs a little help from Amelia Drosh, and the Wind finally get out of their own zone. 30 seconds now before the teams head to the locker rooms and the buzzer goes. Ella Collins cut in there. She's been looking for some offensive opportunities tonight. Hasn't quite had the looks she wanted for the team's third leading scorer on the season. Brianna Hughes chasing down on the other end Nicole Ferguson of the Reds. And it's going to be a penalty against Western. This one will likely take us out of the period, as on the other end Scott is also knocked down by a Wind player. The whistle finally goes with 2.3 on the clock. So pending a late Reds goal in this period, Edsa West is going to have 1 minute and 57 seconds of power play time to open the third period while up 3-2. Molly Kate McGuinness is charged with the hooking call there. And the Reds win the draw, and the shot is gotten off by Harvey. But ready for that was Soraya Richard, who makes the final save of the second period, and that'll send us to the rooms. There was only 1 goal of that period, and that came off the stick of Isabel Michaud. A nice move that fooled Richard on the glove side, and that's all we saw in the last 20 minutes of play. We'll have 15 minutes to take a break here and reset, and we'll be back for another 20 to see who wins this hockey game. We'll be right back. Hello and thanks for hanging around through the intermission as we are about to embark on the third of 3 periods and the third of 3 games in the opening day of the 2022 Atlantic Women's Under-18 Hockey Championships here in Tyne Valley, Prince Edward Island. It's a score of 3 for the EDSA West Reds and 2 for the Western Wind, thanks to Isabel Michaud's marker in the middle of the second period. The New Brunswick representatives find themselves up a goal heading into the final frame against this Wind team in a really hostile environment at the brand new Cavendish Farms Community Sports Center in Tyne Valley. The first major event at the new rink since the old one burnt down over the holidays in 2019, but this one is finally built and has been treated to nothing but excellent hockey action, not only in this game, but all year and all day today. Before the game gets going, I just want to issue a quick apology. I mentioned that the EDSA West Reds swept their New Brunswick final on their way to a provincial banner against the EDSA East Moncton Rockets. It was actually a 3-1 series. The Moncton Rockets took the first game 6-5 before EDSA West won the following 3 games by scores of 3-1, 2-1, and 2-1. So, not to discount the EDSA West Reds provincial banner title in any way, and I'm sure the folks in Fredericton, Woodstock, and everyone don't like me complimenting their rivals up the number 2 highway in New Brunswick, but all credit to the Moncton Rockets on a strong season as well, in a challenging season too, where EDSA East and EDSA West are the only 2 teams that see each other.
Lucky winner will receive $1,055.
Here's the shot from Scott as the play is underway. I think a few players thought the whistle went there from one of the horns in the crowd. A few of them stopped as the Reds came in across the blue line on their first rush of the period. But everyone seems to be playing and flowing along now. It's Chloe Gallant. She throws a high one toward the Reds bench as they do a change. But there's nothing illegal about that. Right amount of players on the ice. Here's the shot. The goalie is run into there, perhaps by her own player. I didn't quite see it, but Soraya Richard fights through that. And what started with a shot from Caitlin Bird doesn't go in. The puck is held in. Here's a long shot from Audrey Clavette, all the way back at the blue line alongside Hillary Stiles. She's going to try the shot again. Goes through a crowd, and it skips right over to Erin Rennie, which is then chipped out by Chloe Glam. Not enough is on it to go for the icing, so the Wind complete a relatively clean change. Rubbed out along the boards is Hillary Stiles as Ella Collins went into the corner really hard there. Now Clavette has it for the Reds. Skipped on up, and here comes Boudreau. Boudreau on the left wing with Clavette in toward the net and Bird hanging back. Nothing comes out of that though, as Bailey Jones kills the play as we're 2 minutes into the second, 2 minutes into the third period. Maybe the final period, maybe not, depending on how the scoring pans out here. Nicole Ferguson had the puck beyond that net to start. Toner went for the centering pass, and now Clavette has it. That puck went offside though. Everybody got back in time. Bailey Jones going the other way for the Wind, but had it quickly taken away. McGuigan has to start again for the Wind. She's going to go D to D and hits Jones at the center ice dot, and the Wind are ready for a change. Going down to pressure the other way is Molly Kate McGuinness for the Wind. There was a player alone out front, but couldn't quite get the pass out. 3 Reds pressuring McGuinness over, coming out from in front of the net. McGuinness gets it again, shovels the backhand pass over, but again hit a skate of, I believe, Toner from the Reds, so no harm done by that. Brianna Scott had the game's opening goal. Another one would be huge for her right now. Of course, she scored this morning against the Central Storm. Goals against both Prince Edward Island teams. Several players by this point have at least 2 goals, but there's only one player with 3 from, which is I apologize for the error there, the audio cut out. And now the wind come back the other way. It is Hughes leading this rush up for Western. Hughes throws it toward the net. That's kicked away by Terrio. Terrio's been all over the place, both up front and in behind for Edza all day. All year, really, as she's second in blue line scoring on her team. She's hauled down there as Michaud goes across the other way. Michaud on the backhand trying to fend off the defender. It was Jillian Casey playing the defense there as it skipped off to Ferguson, but the Reds were offside. Now involved in the play is Maddie Boudreau. She tried to force it back down in the wind end, but Chloe Glant was right there. Boudreau gets it back though. Throws the backhand into a crowd. Nothing over that as Morency lost it now to Ferguson. Finds Clavette in front, and it's a good save there by Soraya Richard. Swinging it around again is Ferguson down into the corner. And it's lost in front. Clavette tries to bang away at Richard and tried to go upstairs that time, but that rings off the glass, and down the other way come the wind. It is Morency, accompanied by Gracie Goody. Goody goes in hard to the corner. Bailey Jones comes on for Chloe Glant as the line changes start to begin. Morency still fighting for in the corner. Jones gets a shot off and just missed low and to the left. Still battling away at it as Goody forced it over, but a little too harshly as Aaron Rennie cuts in across the red line. Rennie throws it around and dumps a red coming off the bench. The Edza side is pretty upset about that. Neither referee picked up on that. But the Wind get a bit of a lucky break there. Now that's swung around the boards. Amelia Drosh will come in on the pinch. Drosh fighting hard there as Carrie-Ann Merman is giving her a hard time on defense. Now it's Ella Collins. Collins wearing 97. Throws it on back. Waiting here at the blue line is Emily McGuigan, but she cannot handle the bobbling pass. Now Toner will pressure McGuigan down 200 feet away from where the play just was. Goes to show how fast the sport of hockey is, as McGuigan cannot play the puck out. Amelia Drosh can, maybe a little too hard though, and that will hit the post at the other end as Riley Partington did not want to play it for the Reds, as if the puck were to possibly miss the net. But the play goes back the other way in the Reds' possession, and it will be offside with 13:21 to play in this third period. This live stream is brought to you by Township Chevrolet, PEI's #1 dealership. And the face-off is won, but comes right to Harvey of the Reds. And what a diving poke check by Avery Noy. And she possibly saved the insurance marker for the Reds there from happening. The defensive play of the game possibly for the Western Wind. And that one keeps it a 1-goal game. Right off the draw too, no one saw it coming that quickly, but there it was, and there was the stop. Right into the feet of Hannah Harvey. Up there with the captain, Lauren Waters initially, but is swung back the other way by the wind a little too instinctively. And the face-off will come all the way back down to where that crucial Avery Noy poke check saved a goal. The face-off will be to the right of Soraya Richard, over on your screen to the left and to the close side. 12:50 here on the clock. It's still a 3-2 hockey game. And instead of the insurance marker following on the backhand of Hannah Harvey, who already has a backhand goal this evening, it is still a 1-goal game. Aaron Rennie getting a lot of ice time late in this game, keeping up with everything just fine, it appears. Rennie went for the backhand, got it out just enough. But the Reds are back in quickly. Boudreau in there, battling away. Bounces on back to the line where Louise McPhee was waiting for it. She swings it back down and puts the ball in the Wind court. That fell with Erin Rennie. Rennie couldn't do much with it. Chloe Gallant is there as the center to help out with that. The winger Morency jamming away at it, but not hard enough to clear the puck out as this top line from Western steps on the ice. Chloe Gallant is out there. Annie-Pierre Morency takes on up off the ice, but Gallant's chip doesn't quite get that far. Miriam Theriault sidesteps Roche. It's an odd rush, 2-on-1, and the glove save is made by Soraya Richard. That was an important one, maybe her biggest of the period. Coming down the other way this time was Ferguson briefly, but is swung back in by the Wind. The Reds, they're going to play it out. Here comes Toner on the rush. It's a 1-on-1. A teammate's going to join, and that rush dissipates. A lot of back and forth here the last few minutes. We've seen a mix of dump and chase and back and forth plays, especially in different games. This game has probably been more of a mix than anything at times, but these teams certainly love producing off the rush. None of the goals really came off the rush, though. Either a power play or a play in front or whatnot, just anything else. As Merriman was dumped near the Wind blue line. No call is made. No penalties in the third period. We're about halfway through in what is still a 1-goal game in favor of the Edsa West Reds. Stiles breaks up the rush. Coming in with that was Isabel Richards. She has a goal tonight. She had the first Wind goal. Chloe Gallant, of course, with the other. And walking in there on the rush was Isabelle Michaud. Michaud has the go-ahead goal so far this game. The puck is directed toward the net by Louise McPhee, but it's off a shin pad and down the other way. Brianna Hughes, after a long shift, is going to send it down, and it's an icing call against the Western Wind with 10:19 on the clock here in the third period. Michaud, of course, leading the team in playoff scoring. She entered the 4-game series against Moncton. She had 5 goals and 1 assist for a total of 6 points. 2 points a game in that series against her cross-province rivals. The puck bounces out to Harvey. That goes off a stick. She is alone in the slot there for about half a second, but nothing came out of that. Gracie Goody fires at the length of the ice, and Chloe Gallant was all alone up that way. And Miriam Theriault with a critical defensive play on her own all the way down toward her own net. So crucial plays from each end from defensemen. But here comes Chloe Gallant with Morency, but she's going to break in alone. Here's the shot, and the shot doesn't get off, and she is tied up by Theriault. A penalty is called on the play by the back official, and it's a holding call. Theriault is going to get called for that. Looked like a clean breakup to me, but it is enough to convince the officials of a penalty. And after Chloe Gallant's best opportunity of the period, she'll try her hand at it again on the Wind power play. And the face-off is won by the Reds on that draw. And the puck squirts out. Erin Rennie leaves it off for Gallant. Gallant tried to do the same over in the direction of Emily McGuigan on the blue line. Bit of a rush shift for her, but Gallant's gonna walk in, lets the shot go, and that shot is blocked by a Red. Looked like Brianna Scott got in front of that. Pardon me, Nicole Ferguson got in the way of that Chloe Gallant wrister. That's the assignment this third period for the Reds. Chloe Gallant, of course, the highest scoring player of anybody in this tournament, with 52 points, regular season and playoffs included. In just the regular season, she has 46 points. Among those 36 goals, and in front of the net, the puck is loose. The Wind had a chance there for a brief second. Gracie Goody was there, but instead the Reds respond by firing it the length of the ice. 50 seconds to go in this wind power play. They need a goal sometime soon here as they're building up. Chloe Glant tries to finesse her way around the defender Ferguson. And it goes off a linesman, but it still, the puck leaves the offensive zone, and the Reds have, the Wind have to reset. The Reds will change though. Down the other way, Aaron Rennie lets a clapper go, and it is swallowed up by Riley Partington, who has been standing tall since late in that first period. Hasn't allowed a thing since that last Chloe Glant shot that I don't think anybody could stop, honestly. Other than that, Partington is showing why she leads the New Brunswick champions. She has been a wall. Face-off is won by the Wind. Ella Collins was tied up there momentarily. Avery Noy now swings it in behind the net. Over on the other side, Bailey Jones is there, but she missed her target. Down the other way was the Reds on the clear. Clavette couldn't clear it as Noy is there first. Now going in on the second opportunity shot was Glant, and nothing materialized from that. And that will do it with 8 seconds left in this penalty for the Wind power play. 7:40 left in this third period. The host team still trailing by 1. There is certainly a sense of anticipation and fear here in the building as Bailey Jones tried to get the shot on that. Ferguson has been laying out these past few shifts for the Reds to keep it out. And now Theriault is back in the mix too on defense. Also involved in the shift is Lauren Waters. Waters, the captain, a key piece for this Edsa West defense. An excellent game on the blue line so far. Maddie Boudreau back there to help out. And the Reds will shoot it down as they desperately need a change. But that appeared to stick or something as the icing is waved off. The Wind will also shift up their lines. And their shot down the ice is too hard and will be called for an icing and will go the other way. And just to keep in mind the way this tournament works, it's not like anyone is done for the tournament should they lose, whether it's a Wind who are trailing right now or the Edsa West Reds. All teams are playing in a round-robin format, so everybody is guaranteed 4 games. Of the 5 teams, the top 4 teams will play Sunday. The 3rd and 4th ranked teams will meet in the Sunday morning bronze medal game at 9 a.m. local time here in Atlantic, Canada. And the gold medal game will be played at 12 p.m. the same day between the top 2 teams. As the Wind swung a wraparound pass in front, Partington again was all over that puck. But of course, a few people rose to their feet here at the Cavendish Farms Community Sports Center as that one was close. Going back the other way, right off the face-off is Isabelle Michaud. Michaud looking for her second of the night. She already has 2 today, dating back to her first game against the Central Storm. She's out there with Harvey, and now Harvey has the puck. She lost it again, but it came back to Michaud. Michaud tried to find Lawrence in front. That line has been going all day on all cylinders, and it's shot down again by the Wind, and they'll have to come all the way back on that icing call. The face-off will be on the far side, down on the left of Soraya Richard. The Chloe Glant line back out there when they most need it for the Wind. Wouldn't be surprised if in these last 6 minutes they are out there for 3 or 4 at the bare minimum. It's the top lines matching up with the Lawrence line also out there. Annie Pierre Morency is knocked down, and it goes the other way. It's Ferguson, steered to the outside on the defense of Emily McGuigan. McGuigan now holding her off to the outside. Lawrence picks up the puck in her favor, and it is knocked out past the blue line by Goody on the play. Almost sprung Glant. Glant tied up a player, there's no call. Annie Pierre Morency tried to let the shot go. She chips away a couple times, but in the Reds net, it's Riley Partington finding it through that crowd. Glant cut in front there of a Reds defender, and It appeared she took out her legs, but there's no call, no injuries. And the Reds bench didn't like that too much, I don't think. But nothing too radical there as the teams will play on. The face-off is won by the Wind, but a little too cleanly as it eludes Casey and goes all the way down as Bird is there, forces a turnover to Audrey Clavette, and the pass was broken up after that, right in the slot. Playing the puck up the ice after that was Molly Kate McGuinness, but was on the wrong side of center ice. And the face-off is again in the Wind zone as they've taken a series of icings here in the past 3 or 4 minutes here in the dying minutes of the third period. These teams had similar records in the regular season and had similar playoff results, winning their best of 5 series. The Western Wind had 11 wins on the season in the regular season, plus the 3 in the playoffs, while the EDSA West Reds had 12, along with 4 ties, while the Wind had 6 ties. So they come from very similar places. The Wind have the slight edge in goals, but also have more games played. While when it comes to goals against, they have, well, on my stat sheet anyway, 44. The Reds gave up 44 in the regular season, but the Wind gave up 44, including regular season and playoffs, and that is a difference of 4 games played. The Wind win a much-needed face-off there as Erin Rennie takes it on around the boards. Pressured there was Hughes, but she makes an excellent outlet pass outside the zone and down the ice. That shot from a Wind player from the outside is steered aside by Partington to the opposite boards. Erin Rennie throws it back down into the corner. Keep an eye on Richard in the other net. We could see a pulled goalie here pretty soon, as Clavette takes the puck herself and shovels it on up the boards on the clearing attempt, but couldn't do anything with it. That puck bounces loose out front. Digging for that was Isabel Richards. And the shot comes from the point. A floater from Erin Rennie does little damage as it's covered up with 3:48 left in the period. Chloe Glant lining up on the draw. The top line's out there against the Reds line, including Carrie-Ann Merman at center. And she is centering Toner and Brianna Scott. Here late in this period. It's played up the boards, up to Glant. Glant will come up inside, challenged by Merman. She's going to slam that off the boards. It goes over to Stiles for the Reds behind the boards. And that's picked off by Morency. Annie-Pierre Morency finds Glant in front, and she tipped it just past the right pad of Partington. Within inches of tying this one up at 3. Holding that puck in the zone. A lot of effort from Emily McGuigan, a lot of fight there. Well, from both sides, as well as right in that brawl is Brianna Scott. Digging in for that is Chloe Glant, but she trips and falls at the blue line. The Wind has to wait till she's back up, which she is, but they are forced to dump it in by that point. The Reds are going to airmail that to about the center ice dot. McGuigan played on up the boards again as the stop line is still out there for the Wind. And the teams are going to change up. Now 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. Again, keep an eye on Soraya Richard in the Wind net as the extra attacker feels imminent. That's picked off by Ella Lawrence as the top guns for the Reds are out there. Now Michaud with the tricky wrister. That is fought off by Richard in net. The puck skips over loose. Michaud looking to add to the 3-2 lead currently, make it 4-2 possibly for the Reds. Now Terrio forces it back down into the corner. Chloe Glant is there waiting for it and has all day, but is unable to do anything with it. Terrio's shot hits someone in traffic and doesn't go in. Now Glant's gonna take it. She's been on for about a minute and a half now. and she's going to shoot it unintentionally into the Edsa West Reds bench. A minute and 51 have elapsed here. I wonder if the Wind are considering their timeout. It was a long shift for their top line, and this is the time you want to have them back on out there. For Coach Eric Morency and the crew over with the host team, the Western Wind. The Reds get the puck off the face-off. Nicole Ferguson got the play started and goes over to Clavette. Clavette, the Reds' leading scorer this year, with 23 points in 20 games. What a time to add another one. She's going to try right now as Amelia Drosh challenges her over in the corner and skip right back out to her as Erin Rennie struggled with the puck in front of the net. Clavette is still involved and Bird is there too. And that's going to kill off a good 25 seconds that the Wind could have used. We're about to hit the last minute of play here in the period. The top line is back out there. Here comes Chloe Glant and Annie Pierre-Morency. The Reds are going to chip it down, and the puck is flipped on up and out of play, so the face-off will be inside the Red zone with 1 minute and 5 seconds on the clock. It is still a 3-2 game. This is the last stand for the Western Wind. And the Wind are going to discuss it as they're going to take their 30-second timeout with just over 1 minute to play here in the period. And what started as a high-scoring game from both sides, it was 2-2 after the first period of play. Since then, it's just been the one goal, a tricky move from Isabelle Michaud that was able to beat Soraya Richard in the Wind net. And that was way back in the first half of the second period. We've been over 30 minutes of play without a goal. Will we see another one? Let's find out. Lining up for the Wind right now is Erin Rennie, Chloe Gallant, Emily McGuigan, Gracie Goody, and now with the puck is McGinnis. The shot comes out to Rennie. Oh, she hit the post with that. It was that close from a tie game, but it goes off the bar, and it bounces out again. Rennie was waiting for it there, but it skipped over to Isabelle Michaud. Over in the other net, Soraya Richard is still in the goal. The Wind haven't pulled the goalie here, 42 seconds to play, but they were within inches of tying this game up at 3. And it's going to be a penalty against the Western Wind, I believe. It's a cross-check. Emily McGuigan knows it. She heads right for the penalty box. And if the Wind want to tie this one, they'll have to do so shorthanded. Chloe Glant's goal was shorthanded on the bright side. The second goal and the latest one goal in this game. She or someone else will need to do it in order to tie this one and at least tie the Edsa West Reds. This face-off there is down to the left and down in the Wind zone. The big line is out there for the Reds. They're not playing around with Theriault and Ferguson playing lights out on defense tonight. I would expect one of them to get the player of the game, or at least the most sportsmanlike later on, depending on how this plays out. Morency steps around with it. Morency couldn't get the shot through a crowd. It's caught up in Theriault's skate. What a block by Miriam Theriault. Possibly the biggest block of the game on that Morency wrister. And with less than 10 seconds left, the Reds are going to dance in, and that should be enough to kill the clock as the Reds hang on in a thriller of a 3-2 hockey game against the host Western Wind. And the Edsa West Reds survive their most difficult schedule of the tournament, beating both PEI teams on the first day of action on the 4 and ice here at the Cavendish Farms Community Center. Every other day, they'll only play as many as once, but on the day they play twice, they win twice, and they pull out the 3-2 win. Isabelle Michaud with the game-winning goal. She scored some big goals for this team today. Of course, the opening goal against the Central Storm, and now the winner against the Western Wind, as we turn our attention to the ice for the player of the game and the most sportsmanlike player of the game honors.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and give these two teams a great round of applause for the great game of hockey. At this time, I'd like to introduce Linda Richards from the host committee to present the players of the game. Player of the game for the Western Wind, number 13, Chloe Gallant. Most sportsmanlike player from the Wind, number 9, Bridget Linklater. Player of the game for Team New Brunswick, number 3, Hillary Shaw. And the most sportsmanlike player from the Reds, number 11, Brianna Scott.
And we knew that EDSA West Reds defense would be honored in some way, shape, or form sometime. And it is Hillary Stiles who played, well, I haven't watched this team this year, but I don't think many would argue with me saying this was maybe her best game of the year, if not one of her best. Absolutely shutting down that Chloe Gallant, Annie Pierre-Morency, Gracie Goody line on the Western Wind, and put up a big game and was involved everywhere. Also involved was Brianna Scott with the most sportsmanlike award, getting that big first goal for EDSA West just minutes into this hockey game. On the other end, Gallant is always simply the player of the game for this Western Wind team, has a shorthanded goal, is the most creative presence out there, and had another solid game from the Western captain. And for the most sportsmanlike player from the host team, Bridget Linkletter, not noticeable at many times, especially offensively. She had a few rushes, but did well to take care of business on the back end and adapt into that shutdown role as defenders like Emily McGuigan and Erin Rennie got involved out front. Thanks for tuning in to tonight's opener, third game of the tournament, third game of the round robin, and the opener for the Western Wind, the host, and the EDSA West Reds' second win of the tournament. The Reds will look to make that record 3-0 when they play the Eastern Icebreakers from Newfoundland and Labrador at 4 o'clock local tomorrow afternoon. Meanwhile, the Western Wind, the host, will play at 1 o'clock. They take on the powerhouses from Nova Scotia, who scored 11 goals today, the Northern Subway Selects. There's 4 games tomorrow, and it starts off with the Central Storm playing Eastern at 10 a.m. tomorrow here in Tyne Valley. Until next time, I'm Luke Diamond. Thanks for watching tonight's game, and I hope to see you again tomorrow or